only person here that I don't know. Do you mind telling me what your name is? You are what? Oh, hi, Lisa. I'm sorry. That was stupid. It shows how good my eyes are. Sorry about that, Lisa. Nice to have you here. Thanks. All right, Wes, you take it away. I'm going to add a comment after you, but.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate you setting aside your afternoon to go over the budget. So the purpose of this work session is for staff to begin to provide the council with some information in which they can begin to consider, ask questions for clarity, begin to help us sort out what priorities or what issues or what additional information you're going to need as we move through the budget process. In the workbook or notebook that you have, obviously there is an agenda, and there's also a calendar that we staff is kind of organizing our efforts and resources around. And so this kind of just walks you through month by month some of our internal efforts and when we're going to be back in front of council. It's not all set in stone. There'll be an opportunity, there'll be multiple opportunities for us to engage you as we move through the budget process. This culminates in mid-December when the council actually formally takes action at that point and adopts a budget, but there'll be multiple iterations and chances along the way to provide input and to shape this budget so everyone here feels comfortable with adoption by the time we get to the December meeting. So again, this is basically a high-level strategic data dump. We also want to make sure the council understands where we have our head focused and what's going on, and what the purpose of this meeting is more of a macro. So here's your capital improvement program that we're now putting on the table. A lot of that comes forward because this is a 5-year plan. So as we've now work our way through it, we just, in essence, pull those kinds of data points forward. The council has a chance to look them over, ask questions, and then provide us direction. There's going to be obviously some other discussions around personnel projections. Those are preliminary. Staff is still working on their internal operations budget, so we haven't got that far. We've developed all of those yet. So Christine and I and Lisa will be meeting with the various department supervisors over the next few weeks and month or so to further refine their request and their operation budgets, and that'll be a part of, at a minimum, your October meeting, or if prudent, we can certainly set aside time in September as well to further refine those. So anyway, this is the purpose of the meeting. There won't be any specific votes or taken tonight, but there will be some points where we will be looking for specific input from you to help us go back and reshape the next iteration of this, or to reshape a portion of your budget. So staff will be looking for some specific input on that. And maybe one of the ways to tackle that, particularly when we get to the options for paying, is if you could tell us what you're not interested in, as well as what you are interested in, kind of like what we did with the site survey. That helps us shrink that down, so then our efforts and our time are spent in a way that's most efficient. So we're not chasing 4 or 5 rabbits. Hopefully we only got 1 or 2 up out of the hole, and that's what we're kind of focused on at that point. So any questions around what the intent, when we get to the back end of this this afternoon, whenever that may be, I will intentionally look to each of you to make sure that everybody understands what the expectations are about moving forward. So what you're going to be looking for us to provide back to you, any kind of follow-up action, any kind of follow-up decision points, I think will be important. So as we wrap that up, that'll be a part of that wrap-up, is just everybody reaffirming what that next step is, is there something else the council needs to make a decision, or they're looking for staff to provide X or to provide Y, or staff needs this data point to further refine this document. So, Mayor?
Great. Hey,
yes, sir.
Wes, you told me that calendar was in here before, and I went through my other packet, my electronic packet. I couldn't find it. Where in here is it?
It's in the should be in the fly leaf. I apologize. It was not in the electronic packet that was
okay. Where is it in this paper?
It should be right inside the leaf, in the front pocket.
Oh, it's in the pocket.
Yeah. Sorry.
That is the same budget calendar that was included as part of discussion at a council meeting recently. So that's the exact same budget calendar, but we thought we would give you another chance to at least have a copy and have it readily available.
Great.
Oh, sure. Oh, okay.
The other thing is, after I saw this, I got concerned on how far along in the process we are. And so I think it's real important that everybody on the council knows everything here is subject to change and go. The other thing is the things in capital improvements plan. There, to me, there's no way that everything here gets done or gets set up. And we need to prioritize ourselves what we think should be here. And one of the things I asked Wes to provide us, because I think this is convoluted. I think I know Rick spent what, 4 or 5 hours trying. I spent 4 or 5 hours trying to get to answers that I think should have been easy to find, and they weren't. So here's what I think I'd like to see, so that the council can make decisions next time we meet, is that we have general fund at the top, we have TDA at the top, different lines, different set. The general fund breaks up into 2, reserve fund and unrestricted fund. We know we're going to make money this year, 2021, that line gets filled in. We know that operations are going to have an expense. We put that line in on the operations side. And then from there, on how the staff wants to prioritize capital improvements, that they go from there. And then we can have a good decision of what we got and what we don't have. You know, right now it looks like a Christmas list of here's everything we want. And I know there's no way we can afford it as it goes. So the question is what should we prioritize for 2021? And there's no way that you can do that without having those numbers already sort of pulled together and given to us. You can pull them out of here, but I think it's really impossible for somebody that's not an accountant to sit there and pull out and stuff. So I'd like to see that the next meeting.
We can do that. Or, yeah, we'll do everything
Anybody
we can
else have anything startup that you want to say? Okay. Oh, Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, let me explain to the council where I'm going to be coming from on this thing. 2021 is an unknown year. If you ask me, we don't know exactly how this virus thing's going to play out. We're going to be either embracing our town manager from interim on, or we're going to have a new town manager. The finance person is getting ready to retire. And that's so where I'm coming from is we should focus on what has to be done for sure in 2021, but then put everything else sort of out there, if you will. A year ago, when we talked about the capital budget, as I recall, we talked about maybe instead of raising expectations by putting everything on the list, and if you look at the list that we have, just under the TDA, it's over $30 million worth of projects that's listed there. Maybe we put on the list things that we need to do, and it's our priority to do it. That's what budgeting is all about. And then we put down below other things that are on the list, and those can be put on by anybody on the council or anybody on the staff kind of deals. I'm looking through these pages, and I hope we'll go through project by project to get clarification on some of them. I see some of them were scheduled to be in the mid 2030, 2035, and they've been moved forward kind of deal. And I'd like to go through theirs. I also know on some of them, let's take, for instance, the railroad crossing that's apparently holding up the bypass. There's 5 or 6 project lines that are impacted by that within these numbers here alone. How long, and that's maybe just thinking out loud, when we go by project, we'll get a better feel. How long do we play the bypass game of saying, we're going to let this go on another 6 months, we're going to let it go on another 12 months? How long, what can we actually do or not do? because it impacts other projects that are on the list. So just, that's all I have to say.
Figure away, Wes.
Was there another comment? I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
Okay.
see,
Oh,
I didn't see, everyone else. shook their
Okay,
head,
I thought there was one other comment. So just,
Unless I missed it.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to talk over you. We'll start first in the capital improvement plan. Staff will make its presentations. One of the things I really want to accentuate though before Don and Eric and et al. Take over is in your 5-year capital improvement plan, they are broke out by sections like road and utilities, buildings, vehicles, stormwater, those kind of things. Inside those subcategories, we've done our best to prioritize, but it's inside the subcategories. So for instance, if you're looking at road and utilities, the first 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 are the ones that staff believes for a variety of reasons may be priority. The same thing with then the next category, even though it says 19 or 20 or for instance, on the Parks and Recreation, I know it says 25. That's not the 25th overall priority. That's the number 1 or number 2 inside that particular subset. So we've done our best attempt to organize them and bring forward from our perspective, at least at this point early on, what the council may want to consider priority, but staff will delineate and talk about that a little bit more. The next thing is, and I think perhaps I wasn't here, but I think you had this last year, the little asterisk out to the side simply means that particular project is TDA eligible in the sense that the monies that could be spent there, the monies that would be proposed to be spent there are eligible to be funded out of the TDA. Doesn't mean all of them will, as the mayor pointed out to me yesterday or day before. He goes, Wes, that list is more, I said, yes, or perhaps we should have communicated that a little more effectively to say that this is simply a denotation that this project is in fact eligible for TDA funds.
Thanks for the clarification, Wes. And that's how I'd like this rearranged.
Right.
Is we know we only got 16 million in
Right.
TDA.
Right.
There's 30 million here.
Uh-huh.
What are we going to put there?
Correct.
We've got a general fund with 2021. Let's just do 21. If you want to go 22, 23
Sure.
on a lineal thing going down, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
But I can't tell because of the grouping. I can't tell what's first. I mean,
Sure.
it might be the community park there is first, and I'm going to guess it's probably up there.
Right.
But I can't tell that from this spreadsheet.
Okay. Yes.
So what I'd like to do is see what's our number 1 priority of all of it. What's our
Right.
number 2 priority of all of it,
Right.
and go from there.
Okay.
Thanks, Wes.
No problem. All right. With that, I'll let Mr. Toronto and team take it away and start walking us through your capital improvement plan.
Okay, really happy to be here to start to talk about this. And I think like both the mayor and Rick said, we really would like this to be interactive and we have a process and we have a let's say quote unquote presentation, but I'd like you to stop us at any time as we're going through here so we can answer questions and be the most productive with the time here. So if you look on the second sheet there, it starts through the capital improvements. When you look at the,
Can I just say a couple?
Sure.
So I would recommend that we immediately deconstruct our packets. I would recommend that we pull this map out so you can reference it as we're going through the packet. And then I also pulled these sheets out because I think it's the way the project sheets are set up is that there's project information about those, but we specifically did not put years or dollars associated with those on the project sheets. So we want to, these 3 things are going to we're going to be jumping back and forth together. So we're easily
Thanks,
coordinated
Brian.
on
That's
that.
a good idea.
yeah, that's perfect, Brian. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Lisa.
So I know you mentioned about prioritizing, but part of me feels like that's actually our job, is to prioritize what we feel do we feel like the park is number 1? But my question is, do staff have a general idea out of all the projects listed, which ones staff would suggest doing first? Like, do you have that in your minds where as we go through this, you can kind of say, this is a top priority?
Yeah, so we within the categories, we rank them.
Correct, but I'm thinking overall,
as
like,
overall, well, I don't think you want to get between me and Don fighting for fun.
okay, thank you, because I do feel like that's,
Actually, we do. Actually, we do.
because I do feel like it's our priority to do. Mhm. Mhm.
And thanks for making me clarify, Lisa, because I totally agree with what you said. It's our job to prioritize. I'd like to see what staff suggests, but then what I'm anticipating is when we have that spreadsheet, we're drawing lines to say, this isn't first anymore, this is third, this isn't fifth, it's never, and whatever.
Okay, that's a perfect, and thanks a lot, Brian. And as we always do, absolutely step on me at any time when you have some information like that. So anyhow, so as we as we start down this list, like Rick pointed out, the very first one is the Prospect I-25, which is a commitment that we have to Fort Collins in that particular project. So it's an annual fee that we just projected it out. The railroad crossing on Three Bell, I think you are familiar with that.
Going back, can I go back on that one real quick? So just so I understand, a lot of this is still educating for me, so I'm not questioning as much as I'm trying to understand. So why did we take the responsibility on that Prospect site?
Okay, so this is the Prospect interchange.
Yes.
Okay, and so Fort Collins and it came to us.
And it's a neat deal. I'm not saying the project's bad or anything else. I'm just trying to figure out how come Fort Collins and the interchange group that's doing the construction didn't take full responsibility, that Timnath had to come in and take some responsibility for that interchange. That's why I'm asking.
The interchange wasn't going to happen. It wasn't on the priority list, but they got more money. We have to go back, what, Brian, 3 years, 2 years, 3 years? And they came to us and said, okay, if the CDOT has so much money, if we can collectively, meaning Northern Colorado at that time, can bring in X number of dollars to this thing, this interchange can happen now with this construction. With failing that, it won't. And so they came to us, we sat down, and it was a elongated negotiation. What at the end of the day, Fort Collins, and I'll drill down as deep as you want, but Fort Collins basically financed it. They said, here's the amount that we have to bring to the table. We'll finance it. Now let's look at the interchange. Let's look at the benefited parties on both sides. So it was basically Fort Collins and Timnath, because we had a certain portion of it. We looked at the property, we looked at the traffic counts, we looked at all those different things, and came up with a percentage that we felt like was let's say fair for Timnath to commit to. And that's what we did. And I really don't remember the percentage, but it was down in, I don't know, 15%.
Yeah, we have a pretty low percentage. I think it's
So the other,
maybe about 16.
who picked up the other percentage? Was it all Fort Collins or was Wellington some of it, or?
No, Wellington wasn't in it.
All right, I'm just
It
asking.
was Fort Collins and some of the metro districts that surrounded that interchange.
Oh, okay.
And so it was a combination of all those that came, and they came in with property that they had to commit and or just give to the project. And this was all monetized so you could figure out who was giving what.
Okay.
It was, these meetings were, Robert, you were at several of them. There was probably 20 people in these things because there was that many people that were involved with it. So
Okay.
it went through.
Great,
at the end of the
thanks.
day, we accelerated the project, and I think we got a fair distribution of costs.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, let me follow up on that. First, this is an excellent presentation deal. The staff did a great job, Wes and your staff, putting it together, because I haven't seen this in a couple of years, and this is very nice. On this sheet on the I-25, I would add in there, if I was you, to think about adding in there, what is the terms of the agreement as far as the number of years we're talking about? And then also mention of, when it was explained to me by April, she indicated that some of that property is not our property, but there's going to be revenue sharing of some of the property tax.
That's correct.
As things are built out in that interchange.
Yes,
Right there.
And there was a prioritization of that. Let's just say there was a formula for that. In the first few years, we didn't get, and it was all a function of how we thought that property was going to develop.
Right.
And so, in the long run, we really think we will, with that sharing of income, we'll get back the majority of what we've.
Yeah, and we originally, I thought we were looking at a 200,000 a year figure, so it came in a little less. and the revenue portion made it icing on the cake. So
That's correct.
good program.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I actually forgot about
But
that.
if we don't put it in documents like this, then I just don't want it down the road to get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, and keep it's sort of in front of the council, in front of the town, that this thing is going to turn, as it develops, it's going to turn the other way, and it's going to help us, not just with traffic flow, but with revenue.
And it is a 20-year term. So, and that's in the
20-year
town's
term.
audit. Correct.
Yeah, I know, but the comments like the term used to be in the footnote column on this spreadsheet that we kind of moved, so.
Yeah.
I kind of remember, we'll get it back in.
No, it's hard, and I understand when you're staff, it's like, where do we stop? We could make a
Yeah.
book on each one of these projects, and I fully understand that.
And the biggest thing on this one was mentioned, the I-25 team that's adding the toll lane. Initially, we're doing nothing at this interchange. It was going to remain the constricted 2-lane bridge across the interstate. And so that's why Fort Collins took the lead to get this improved now as part of this project, because it was a constriction to them also.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Don, before I move on, I just want to note one question I will have as we get through this. So this particular project, this is one that's hard committed. We've got agreements with other groups. So we really don't even have options there in terms of backing out. So just as we get through this, as we get near the end, it might be good to quickly mark down which projects are hard committed. We don't really have options to alter the terms there, as opposed to projects that are optional, discretionary, can be pushed back.
Right, and you'll see, we will do that for sure.
Okay.
And what you'll see is that some of it's a little more complicated than that, because
Okay.
like with the Parkway, we have a commitment,
Right.
but there isn't a absolute hard deadline to stop. So, but there is.
But we can defer it somewhat, whereas like this
Not
example.
very long. We can
Okay.
accelerate it before we can defer it. So
Okay.
anyhow,
Okay.
we'll get to that.
Okay. That's good.
So number one's on the committed list.
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to make up for a faux pas. Hey, Lisa. Council, I don't think you've met Lisa yet. So Lisa's our new finance manager. Go ahead and stand up real quick. And actually, I think it's worthwhile. Give them a 2-minute background, Lisa, on what's going. Because Lisa's going to, in essence, be taking Christine's place.
Well, I don't know if this is working. I'm excited to be here. I've been here a week, so I've just been reading a bunch of stuff and working a little bit with Christine. I'll be working with her on the budget and getting myself involved where I can. And so I'm just taking notes and learning. I have about 20 years experience in governmental accounting, mostly at the county level. I worked at Boulder County and Larimer County for most of my career. So I'm excited to learn just more about the town and the differences.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. We're lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, the Severance mayor gave me a call and chastised me for stealing you over here. So. Okay, go ahead, Don. Sorry. I needed to do it. I had needed to do what I needed to do before.
I just had one other quick thing. We did put a lot of work into these, but we also feel like they're a draft. So, I mean, I think the kind of information that you want to see on these project sheets, as we go through there, let us know, and we're happy to add them and expand them and make them the most robust document that we can. But
That's awesome. You know what I think what would help is that if we could, the next time, is color coordinate these pages. And I'm getting part of this idea from Rick, is the TDA qualifying ones are blue, and the ones we have to do, like this one, the prospect, are, red.
Red, if they're already
Red or
committed.
something, following up
So the
with
sheets
what
are
Brett
color-coded.
suggested
We did it
on
for
knowing
legislature.
what
It made so much.
the needed ones are.
Got it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I think
and
we
thanks, Brian, for that. You know, the other part that I feel like I should bring out right now is that, I know this is a lot and it's exhaustive, but our intent here was not to believe that we were going to build all of this in any one year, but that to give you an understanding of what was out there. But like Brian said, we'll change it in any way it makes it the easiest for you to assimilate the information and give us direction.
I'll tell you what, I'll throw out another compliment after Rick threw out one saying how much better this packet is than any he's seen while on the council. also that the maps are awesome because, you know, I think I know where they are, but having the map and knowing exactly really was helpful. So thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. That goes to Brian, Matt, and Kevin.
Yeah, thank you guys.
You got it.
And Eric.
And Eric, yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. He was too close. All right, so the next one is, I think, a project you're fairly familiar with, the Three Belt Railroad Crossing, and that is this year. And I'll just stop for a second because Eric, you had to leave a meeting this morning because you got a call. So why don't you tell them about what was happening?
I got a call at 7:15 this morning that they were on site and wanted to meet to discuss where the sidewalk crossings needed to go.
Oh, shit.
And they never called.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So Aaron gave me a heads up last week that a resident had contacted him asking about panels that had appeared or ties that had appeared. And so I went to confirm and said, yeah, those are ties for the project. Don't know when those came. And so it was exciting to see that. They are not projecting the signal installation till actually October due to material acquisition, due to COVID, and the crew having difficulty getting the crew that installs those to be able to travel. But we're moving forward and it's exciting to see one piece of it starting.
Great.
Yeah, correct. All right, the next one.
Let me ask a question. Is that 570 a firm number then?
Yes.
That's through bids and everything. So,
Yes.
okay, so that is also a committed project.
That is correct. Everything is under contract with Connell to do the town's work and the
That's a
agreement
go.
with the railroad.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, the number three, and like we said in the beginning, these are prioritized at least by us in terms of what we thought was the priority for these roads and utilities. So anyhow, we're to Weitzel Roundabout. You know, you know as much about that as I do, other than I'm the one beating the guy in Bentonville, Arkansas every third day. But he did email me back again, promised again, this is the third time that I'd have something this week. And I haven't seen it. But believe me, we're continuing to pound them. Matt got a call from the INT people asking the exact question. You know, they're the ones under construction there on that Walmart side with the credit union or whatever they are, financial institution. They wanted to know because they were hoping it would happen by this year. And I think our window for that to happen this year is, if it's not closed, it's very close to being closed. So, but we're still. Who did? Okay, so Chick-fil-A did too. I did not know that. Okay, so we've got the attention of the people there. We just need to get the attention of the gorilla, and haven't got that yet.
Don, and real quick, you guys have done some other work while we've been waiting for them that actually makes potentially some improvements and cost savings on that. So can you just maybe elaborate a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we engaged FHU, which is the town's traffic consultant, to analyze that intersection and to analyze everything about it, including the let's say the roundabout options, all the different options that have including the Walmart one and a hybrid, which Eric came up with, which I think will probably be one of the better alternatives.
Did they also take a look at the lanes?
Yes.
Going
absolutely.
over
all the way to
I-25?
through,
Okay.
Yeah, through the Weitzel intersection.
Wait, he's shaking his head no.
Not the I-25 ones, no.
Oh, I thought you meant
No, I meant, okay, I understand what you got marked. And then did they also do lane restriping on the bridge?
The lane restriping on the bridge is a CDOT project.
And I understand that.
So FHU is not looking at that specifically.
We can have them look at that.
I thought that
I'm trying to think how to phrase it. The information that they told me 2 weeks ago, which is what they told me 3 months ago, is that it's still in study.
okay. The striping was, everybody knows what the geometry of that is. Okay, so that didn't have to be studied.
right.
So
But I thought there was suggestions on changing the turn lanes and that kind of stuff over the bridge at one point to improve the traffic flow over the bridge. And I thought at one point CDOT was agreeing to do that. So I guess I'm asking, Yeah, I asked it another way, but I'm going to now ask it this way, is where is everything with that?
They have not given me or committed to a schedule.
Okay.
I met with them in January. It originally was scheduled as part of it's part of the I-25 project, and it was originally scheduled for this fall. I asked them last fall since it was striping, if it could be accelerated. I met with the region transportation engineer in January, who agreed. She was having the I-25 project because they didn't actually have construction plans to do it, to develop those plans. And that's as far as we have gotten. Wes and I are trying to get a meeting set up with the Region 4 Transportation, head of the Region 4 Transportation, to come at it from the top down. Because we're started at the bottom, we're working in the middle, and haven't made progress there. So he asked for the contact to try to work from the top down.
Great, thank you.
Let me, on that one, I would, from my position, I would like to put that on the committed list to have it done this year if our partners on the other side come to the table and go forward as planned.
But we're talking about the striping?
No, I'm talking about the Walmart interchange.
We want to do that. Here, I'll tell you the issues with that. What Walmart told us early on, when I thought we were going to have a fairly quick response from them, is that middle of October, they will not allow anything from that forward, that nothing happens, that can restrict any sort of, there was no construction. Now, if we can get them to deed the property to us, then it won't be their call. And that is part of the whole, as you know, the deal. And so if we get that, then we'll have a lot more, let's say, ability to do what needs to be done. But we also have to have a little common sense and not restrict the access there during their most profitable time of the year. So.
And I think, Rick, for purposes of this discussion, when we're saying something's committed, it's the decision's been done already. I mean, I agree with you. This is priority one for me.
We put a number down in the budget for next year for
Right,
that project.
right.
We
But at this
also
point, we
have
still
one
have
for-
play on it.
That's right.
So just for simplicity in this discussion, that's how I would define committed.
And on your information sheet, you might want to add that we're looking at an option to have the property deeded to us.
I mean, because that really is the long-term solution. Instead of throwing good money after whatever that might be, even if it takes us a little longer to get there, this, Don and his group, the concept of getting control of that, even though, yes, it's an asset that comes to us, it's an asset we have to manage. I got that. But sometimes those assets are worth chasing because of the issues that surround those assets. If this was a county line road out in the middle of nowhere, I'd probably be arguing the other way. But this is a huge issue for us. Every 90 days from, and you guys know better than I do, from October to January or to December, the whatever, 28th, this is a thorn in our flesh. And I think there's a high expectation by the residents. So I really do applaud the effort of, let's see if we can get control of this, not just throw some money and do a few improvements, but how do we get control and then manage that from that way back? So anyway.
I agree. And that's why I think if we say the council's done everything it can do.
Yes, sir.
Town's done everything it can do. They're committed to this project. They put money aside for this project. They're trying to get the property deeded over. Then the thing falls on Walmart.
And that helps our messaging too. I couldn't agree
Messaging,
more,
that's
Rick,
it.
is that as we roll out the message, even if we're not able to accomplish all we want this year, I think the fact that you get, the council apparently is committed to this project, set aside funds for this project. We've engaged the primary developer in this project. And so that helps with our narrative. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Don.
All right. You're welcome. Next one is the parkway improvements. And Rick, I'm going to address I think you said something about it would continue to push. One of the issues we've had all along is the deal that we have with landings and the parkway centers around the landings designing the parkway. The town, we're splitting the costs in long term, but the town's responsible for building. And we're building the first phase. Well, we've had a problem getting the plans approved. Where are they right now? As far as I know, they're close, but they're not done. Is that true or false?
Approved by who?
Town. So they have to submit the design to, like all
Yeah.
infrastructure in town for review. We're on the third review of their submittal. And then it went back. It's close now. It wasn't to begin with, but it's close now. So I suspect we should have. When did we
I
send
thought
back?
the issue on so correct me here, please. Parkway improvements was we didn't get a right of way over the train tracks.
That's one part of it. Okay, so that probably will be the critical path for this thing in the end. Okay, but as of right now, we don't even have the final design, so we can start the process to get it.
Got it. So
And
you
we
don't
have-
even know where you're going to cross the railroad
we-
tracks.
We do. I mean,
All right. I'm trying to figure out what you're telling me. So,
We know where we're crossing the tracks. We do not have the final construction plans from landings that show the improvements to be done that we can submit to the railroad and the Public Utility Commission for approval.
got it. So how long is public utility? I would imagine 6 months. Yeah, I was going to say, Brian,
The Public Utility Commission is about 60 days. The railroad
Really?
is, once we get,
PUC is not a problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that one.
and we are working on both.
At what point do
tangentially.
we get to the point where we say, this isn't going to be built next year?
I'm going to say that.
The 100,000 that was budgeted this year for the planning you're talking about already, or is that something that's going to come forward?
No, we are surely hopeful that some of that will be spent this year to get this crossing submitted and then start the battle with the railroad
Let's define this year.
to 2020. So we can have
I
that.
think Rick's
I'm just
question was
wondering, do we-
2021.
Do we have, what snowball's chance do we have to actually have this thing be built in 2021?
Well, I think even though it is not how we would have wanted to do it, I think that we are starting to research the potential of doing it in pieces.
And
But-
if you look, let me take one step further. If you look, number 5, number 11, number 12, and number 17 all tie into this project as well.
It's true.
So we've got a lot of moving pieces just sitting idle, waiting for the railroad, if you will. And what I'm trying to get a handle on is, at what point does all this start rolling forward another year into 2022, into 2023?
I think, Rick, that we could do, or correct me if I'm wrong, that you can build the road, you can do all of that and just not open it until the railroad crossing piece is done.
Well,
Is that correct, or?
that is partially correct.
Okay.
What we can't do is finish the improvements at Harmony and Main and then eliminate Main Street going through until we have that railroad crossing. Okay?
Hey, Don, so when I was president of the Chamber of Commerce in Fort Collins, we worked forever trying to get approvals of bridges and stuff over the railroad. You see how many bridges are over the railroad in Fort Collins right now.
Correct.
Here's my concern. I'd strongly suggest we do not touch a spade to this land until we get the railroad approval. They're an independent nation. I mean, they control, you don't have any control of them. You can't force them. You can't do anything with them. And for us to build a road that goes to nowhere for 10 years, to me, is a really bad decision. And so I will strongly say, until we get approval to go across those railroad tracks from both the PUC and the railroad, we do not do any, I'm fine with the design because you want to be ready. But to start building it and incur those costs, I think it'd be foolhardy. And you're only talking about saving 2 or 3 months. So why, for 2 or 3 months on a project that might never go through, and that's a possibility. I know you probably wouldn't think that, but I've been there and done it and found out you think you can get something and you think you have an agreement, and all of a sudden a railroad, for whatever reason, decides they aren't going to do it.
Yeah, and it is a frustrating relationship that they have a lot more power than people might expect them to have. But
They're an
I agree with
independent
you.
nation. They're just like Indian reservations. They are an independent nation under an act signed by Abraham Lincoln back in 1862. So they got power that nobody else does. And I think to assume anything with them is a fatal mistake, a costly mistake.
Understand?
Okay.
One of the reasons the dollar values were shown, split in 21 and 22 was the contractual obligation to landings that the town continued to fund this project. And so, yes, there's a point where we realize we can't build anything next year. I don't think we're to that point yet. We're starting to actively put together the packet to submit to the railroad. To push it off another year, I think would then cause landings to question the town's commitment to the contractual obligations to build the road.
To put
in the
what
past-
off? To put what off?
If
If
we
we were to
move,
put it into 22.
if we
and
at
not
this
leave it
point
alone.
move the
In our
parkway
budget,
Yes.
in the budget,
but not building or anything.
yeah.
I mean, they can't expect us to
no,
build it
We
until.
choose when we build it.
Yeah, okay.
The concern of past councils was that if we didn't show it, that it would raise questions from landings as to the town's commitment to the contract.
So the terms of the contract are that we are contractually obligated to commence construction within 12 months of the approved railroad crossing.
Right. And luckily, we're not going to approve a budget till next, in the fall.
That's right.
So hopefully
We'll
by
know
the
a lot by
fall,
then.
we'll have more information on this one
Yes, we will.
and be able to, and maybe move it to 2022 if we had to. Right. 2021.
Okay, so this is committed money, but just might slide a little bit in time is kind of how we would define, okay.
That's it.
That
Good way to put it.
contractual obligation with the landings, hopefully there's an out if we can't get the railroads to budge.
And I caution you on assuming anything with the railroad.
We understand that
Okay.
without doubt.
Go ahead. Or anybody have any other questions on this? Okay, go ahead. John.
Okay, the next one is Main Street Railroad Crossing. Like Rick said, we're gonna, nothing happens with that until we get the other one. So it's a domino deal. And then Main Street Bus Grove to Prospect. And this is one that, that I think you all know. Uh-oh.
You know, Wes, sometime we need to just get rid of that dimmer thing, don't you think? Good, thanks.
Okay,
We
here's.
we can't be saving that much electricity having it. And it seems like we interrupt every meeting because we're jumping up and waving our arms.
All right, so.
Let me ask you before you leave the one on Main Street.
Yep.
When we're working with the railroads on the bypass, are we talking about this one at the same meeting?
Without doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt, because they are going, their position on this is that we give it up, period. And there's no railroad crossing there. That's the position they have. And in fact, they want another one given up. We do not believe we don't have another one to give up. So anyhow, that conversation will happen simultaneously.
Do we want to then put, you're getting a quizzical look there.
We are working with the railroad attorney we hired who helped Fort Collins get their new crossing to strategize when to pull the Main Street card, so to speak. He doesn't want to lay everything on the table of what we want when we start negotiations for the Parkway crossing. They ended up having to take the railroad to court to get their new crossing in Fort Collins. And so he said, don't let the railroad know everything you're wanting to do when we go in for this crossing. To leave the Main Street one to the side, we'll bring it in when we need to. Ultimately, the plan is to upgrade. We ideally want to keep the Main Street crossing and upgrade it to a quiet zone crossing. Because of the community connector, because of the post office, we cannot have a pedestrian-only crossing. It has to be connected to a road. And so we're trying to keep that crossing open and attain a new one. PUC has been supportive so far as a historical crossing that we should be able to keep it. We got to go through that process.
But I just don't want to see any commitments made on these other projects before the first one falls.
Understood.
All right. I'm on to the next one, which is Busgrove Landings to Latham. The reason that this one's higher on the priority is that we need to be, other than that it's It needs to get improved. It's getting higher, more and more traffic. But it's got a dangerous portion as you drive to the west. And it also will link up with landings, and they're going to be responsible for a portion of it that we need to be prepared to link up with theirs and ours.
How far will they pay for on this?
Their entire frontage, which goes about to, we just looked at this yesterday.
On landings? Oh, landings.
Landings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's about half of it.
It's not quite half of it, because that portion that, what's the name of the project that we just approved that's, yeah, the more stuff. That's like a triangular piece there. So I would say it's maybe 25% of it.
Okay. And then did Harmony already pay for their share of that already?
They've got an agreement, yes.
Yeah.
They've escrowed money, or they've been paying money into it for some time. And so one of the things that we've talked internally, understanding the need to try to look at these projects very frugally. This project is one of the ones that I think can be split. And we could look at building it in two phases. One phase, and I'm just going to make it simple to see, one phase is maybe from Biden's Gate west, and then hold off the Biden's Gate east till later. That's a noticeable change in that number. And it probably increases the cost long-term, but I think it would be wise to look at that potential if we wanted to save money. If we need it.
And one of the things on the next presentation is maybe giving us different alternatives like that.
Okay. Yeah, we can.
We just sat down as a project team yesterday to look over the costs and the status, and knowing if we needed to push things, we kind of came up with an idea that we could phase it if need be.
Thanks, Eric.
I mean, just for the sake of an argument, put this out. Is this one of those projects in light of the virus and the economic uncertainty going forward over the next 18 months? We just shelve it for a year?
Well, I think the Biden's Gate to the east absolutely is one of those. I think Biden's Gate to the west, I think there's I'm going to call it a dangerous stretch of road there that does not meet any standard. It's got issues with it, and it's been on our list for a long time to try to fix. And this is one of those ones that I think we should not delay if we can at all help.
It's a great place to drag race. And it's a great place. We had a guy out there, we were golfing on number 5. And he did his motorcycle halfway down that hill on one wheel the whole way down. No, but that's one, I'm just throwing that out because
Yes.
see, some of these projects
Rick,
might be
They are.
a case where we say, until we know financially which way this thing's going to go over the next 18 months, we don't know what's going to.
No, I totally understand it, and that could apply to a lot of these.
That's
actually.
right. That's right. And I just put it out, sake of argument with that.
I think there's,
Sounds good.
I think one of the things also to consider, and we can do that with this next iteration, being careful not to push out the TDA projects, because we do need to expend the TDA loans by 2021. So this is a pretty significant TDA project. So we can incorporate that, but that's one of the considerations.
Hey, Christine, refresh the council's memory on when's TDA money, that 16 million have to be spent?
So we have to, pursuant to IRS arbitrage rules, we have to spend 85% of the par amount by November 2021. So we have
2021.
about 12.5 million left. So we need to spend 17 million essentially of that 20.
Great.
So this is just one of those sizable ones. So we'll just have to,
Great. And
weigh
so
that in.
when you do that spreadsheet that I'm hoping for, Wes, getting the 12 million on the TDA and which projects are there, I think is going to be important for us to understand.
and we actually have such a schedule that was included right next to the budget calendar in your binder. We'll update this based on today's discussion and getting guidance from council, but we've already kind of taken a first stab. Hey, here's what's left of the TDA loan. Here are the TDA projects that
So-
are currently
So here's
slated.
my why I'm not comfortable with this is some of this stuff can go over to the general fund, some can't. And I'd like to see them both side by side so we can say, okay, this should stay over TDA, this should go over to general fund. And just sitting by itself doesn't help me.
I'm not sure. Could you clarify when you say could go over to the general fund? So these are TDA projects that we could use to draw down the loan proceeds. So I'm not following the general fund.
But you've
comment.
only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in 2021. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in 2020. And how many did you come up with when you were doing it, Rick?
Well, we had 16 projects listed.
Yeah, so
Right, but
you've
you were
already
looking at the
made,
5 years.
you've made decisions on here that I'd like the council to make.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I think, Rick, your 16 projects were over the course of the 5 years.
Correct.
I was looking at, we need to spend this down by 2021.
And that's important, and that we know that number, know that.
Yeah, but
you
yours,
Use it or lose it. Is that
yours
it?
was all this asterisks, right, Rick?
Hmm?
You,
That's right.
when
It's
you,
everything.
so
It's
I think
TD
I think his number's good.
That was 12 million was that number we need to spend by November of 2021, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So all of these projects listed on here are the asterisks, but it's only through 2021. So if there are any TDA projects with asterisks on your 5-year capital plan that go out beyond 2021, it's not here.
Okay, so 12 million of TDA projects we would need to mark as committed, essentially.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it.
See, I didn't get that.
So, and here's why I want them both together, guys, is the, where did I see that? Yeah, the Bethke School, because well, that's hardly anything. But there's certain things is out of our control. Like, I think, Eric, you shared with me that we'd like to, or maybe you did, Brett, that we'd like to get you did, Aaron, that the school zone on, by Bethke, and we can't get it because the Poudre School District isn't approving it. And we might run into stuff like that. And that's why I'd like to see them side by side and say, okay, if we can't get this one and this one done, here's the one we suggest to move over and get council's agreement or disagreement on it.
Yeah, because there may be things we'd like to spend the money on, but can't for other reasons.
Right.
Just like you said. Okay.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Circle back to Rick's question here about if this project could be delayed if we needed to. This really applies to any of the transportation projects as we work through the rest of these. Now that we've gotten Harmony Road widened, other than that section with the narrow road and the safety concerns, none of these rise up to the level of they need to be done immediately. If they are delayed, it increases congestion maybe. And take Harmony Road, for example, the town originally planned to widen all 2.5 miles of Harmony Road in 2009. Obviously, that didn't happen. It reached a point where the number of cars on the road were over the capacity of the road, and we had major backups during rush hour. That's what happens if we don't stay ahead of where we think traffic projections are. But none of these right now are an emergency safety issue that we couldn't say we need to delay and push them out. We've made a first attempt to kind of prioritize, now that Harmony's done, going through the transportation master plan and where the town's building, thinking of which ones in our mind could be the next one on the list, but they're totally able to move or delay as needed as funds are available.
Thanks, Eric.
Yep.
Okay, the next one is the Bethke School, and we just kind of glanced on that. And Eric, you're the one who's been in contact with the school district, and why don't you give them 30 seconds on that?
We were definitely hoping to get this one done this year. We still kind of are. I have not reached back out to the school district, but we did meet with the school district earlier this year before COVID shut everything down. We had a plan that they were very receptive of. It was shortly after the event at Zach with fatality, and they didn't want to do any knee-jerk reaction and make things go up that seemed to be as a result of that, even though it was a different school. And so they wanted to go out and do an actual site study of how the pedestrians interacted with the parents dropping students off, and make sure what we were proposing would work with how the school functions. That unfortunately was in February. They wanted to do it April timeframe when more people were walking. And we all know it happened in March. So we have not been able to complete the circle with their transportation department in an analysis of the actual traffic operations around Bethke. If they go back to school this fall, we're hoping to be able to go out and do that.
I would suggest that this is a $55,000 project. We go ahead and put it on the committed list. So once again, like the Walmart, we're ready if something breaks loose. If not, it's not that big a placeholder.
Go ahead, Don.
I was also going to add on that one that I don't know that this fall would be a good time to do that study because buses are not going to be busing as many students. And so there will automatically be more walkers and bikers and things
Drivers.
from the neighborhood as well.
Could be a representative if they stop busing as many students in the future to
Exactly.
begin with, or as more of, more builds up around Bethke.
Mhm.
It might be a perfect analysis of what happens when
When
everything's built
that's
up
what
around
happens,
Bethke.
yeah.
So
And they're going to
The-
delay start times depending on the kids in the classroom.
there's a lot of moving carrots. We,
It's a moving-
I'm working with their
moving-
I'm just
transport.
thinking this fall might not be
Yeah.
the best time to
I
do
know
all of
everyone's
that.
anxious. I got a call from the principal. Everybody's anxious to do something out there. I'm reaching back out to their transportation department who's busy trying to figure out what they're doing for buses. So they're a little sidetracked.
Okay, Main Street, Bus Grove to Prospect. The reason this one has some level of importance is because there's a development that's going through the process right now, the Springer Fisher property. I think it's on the west side of Main. Oh, I don't know, about 3/4 of a mile north?
Yeah.
Brian? Half a mile? Yeah. And so the developer has to do a certain amount of work on Main that's adjacent to their property. But that's only a little more than half the street. We want to be in a position to be able to build the rest of that street in that portion at minimum. In order to be able to do that, we got to understand the design north and south of it. So that's what this is about. But again, Rick, I mean, if that development doesn't go forward, this thing can push. And Matt, Brian, where are they in the development process right now?
So they're getting relatively close to final approvals.
Right, and again, but that's one of those ones, because of the virus, we don't know if that developer is actually going to decide to pull,
Well, and
or you pull the plug or walk away or whatever. And what I'd written down in my notes is we need to know who the potential partners are and see if we can get a commitment from that side too.
yeah, no, and we've got time. As long as we get a little bit of ahead of some of the preliminary design, so we know how everything's going to feather in with one another, we can react at least as fast as they can to build what we have to build. So,
From an engineering standpoint, when you say preliminary design, my concern is when we have all these projects listed, engineering wise, you're just designing as much as you want to design kind of thing.
actually, no. Now we've got budgets for some of these. We haven't touched some of them. Okay. And this one is one of the ones that we haven't hardly done anything on. And we haven't done that because we want to wait till we have approved plans from this
And
project.
know where the ingress egress is.
Yeah, so we know where everything is. So we won't start down that path, but let's just say it gets approved in the next 2 months. Then we should do a little bit of work on the possibility that they're going to start building in spring of next year.
For this particular road, have we also, I'm assuming you've taken into consideration the extra traffic that will be going to the school that's going to be built there as well, and taken that into account, and hopefully the timing of it, high school drivers, not sure how construction zones and all of that with that, but just, I'm assuming you've kind of thought about that.
Yeah, you're talking about the new high school.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
The transportation master plan did take something like that into consideration so that the ultimate cross-section of that road is a 4-lane arterial.
Okay.
Ultimately, it has as much traffic on it in the future as Harmony does today.
Perfect, thank you. I saw the 2015, and
So-
I know they didn't have the school budgeted and all that. at
No,
that
but it
point,
was
so.
a school parcel at that time. We knew what the
Awesome.
use was. And so used the density, the planned densities, long-range planning documents from the North Front Range Metro Planning Organization to consider that. That's how the master plan projected out what roads we would need in 2035.
Perfect, thank you.
And this isn't a TDA project.
This is not a TDA eligible project.
So this is a project that could be skipped
Yep.
here.
And so the concept was to do some preliminary design for that 4-lane road to know, I mean, as you get to the north end of that road, there's 2 existing subdivisions on either side. The west side is a problem to try to, how do we get a 4-lane road, you know? Do we keep the 4-lane road in the center? Do we shift it to the east? Trying to get some ideas of how a road would fit in there. So as a project comes in, we know, okay, guys, along Fisher, you need to shift your road to the west or to the east. And then when something happens, because we were not lined up to do it with the Ridge at Harmony, when they come in and go to actually build, to have a budget line item we could look at to, instead of them just building their half of the road, we go ahead and build the east half also. We complete the road section through there. And there's an economy of savings to do it with the contractor that's out there already, than for us to come back like we're going to have to do on Latham in 5 years, 10 years, to add the center lane, is the dollar values increased to come back and do a project as an add-on project later.
How much land is in the right of way to each side of that road? Is there enough for a 4-lane, or are we talking about buying property?
There is not enough for a 4-lane right now. At some areas there are, some areas there's only 30 feet. Some areas
one
there's
side. There's-
on
there's
one side,
60 feet.
60 feet, 30 feet on one side. Some areas there's 40, some areas they're 50. We started looking at it a little bit last year. And that's also so we have knowledge if a property comes in or NISP wants to put a water line down Main Street. We know, you know, they don't, but if they wanted to put it there, we know where they could be and not be, and make them acquire easements outside of where the road would be. So there's the initial dollars in this are to start gathering that base material, to have an idea as other projects come in, as subdivisions develop, what restrictions we need to hold so that when the town does want to build a 4-lane road, we're not out there moving a power line. On Latham, REA came through 4 years ago and put a major power line underground at the 30-foot mark on the Weld County side. There's vaults in the way of the widening the road. Everything's in the way of widening the road. So we want to try to avoid that where we can by knowing what the minimum is that we need.
Okay. Move on. We're now talking about Latham Wild Wing to Highway 14. Now, the reason this one starts to get some, let's say, priority is because there's another development that is about to come into the town. It was Wild Teal. It was a development that was approved in the county many years ago. They are looking to annex to the town and increase the density. They would be required to improve their stretch of Latham. It's exactly the same situation as we were just talking about with the Springer Fisher property. It's just farther down the road. And go ahead.
So just so I understand, Don, so would Wild Wing be responsible for where the bottom part of that square is to about where you've got road, where the end of Wild Wing is?
The rectangle got drawn too long.
It's just
The
yeah.
frontage in front of Wild Wing has completed.
Okay.
This project is talking about from the north side of Wild Wing.
Yep.
Not the south side.
All
so
right,
I
that's
do
what I
need
was
to adjust that. It's from the north side up.
All right, that makes sense.
And
So
one
my
of-
question didn't matter.
yeah, one of Rick's comments earlier is why there's some long-term projects in here, which this is one of them. In the Transportation Master Plan, this stretch is a 2030 to 2040 project, long range out. The town, after 2015, annexed this road much sooner than was anticipated. So now it's a town problem and not a county problem. And so we're looking at conceptual, and the big issue with this and what's in the CIP is to address the intersection of Prospect and Latham and the narrow bridge that is there.
And
Very
if you-
old narrow bridge.
Yeah, if anybody's driven through there, you'll quickly see that it needs some attention. And it's not a really simple fix. So like Eric said, this whole thing changed priority when the when the road got annexed, when Wild Wing got added. And now we have a future annexation, just like the Springer Fisher we were just talking about, which will accelerate some of these other needs because the developer is going to be responsible for building a portion of the road. It'll give us the opportunity to fix this intersection problem. And we've already been in discussions with them about it because we have three alternatives that we've looked at from a cost benefit standpoint. And the one that really we like the best has a good chunk of that road going through their property that they would have to dedicate to the town. And they're on board with that. They're going to have to pony up some money associated with it also, but it would be a great opportunity to fix that section of this road. We want to just be prepared to do that. But I do not think this is a 2021 project, but yeah.
Is this one that you have the possibility to put it in 2 phases?
Yes. Yeah, it absolutely could be. I mean, but in this one, I think, we haven't, to be honest, we haven't looked at phasing.
Safety issue.
There is a
I
safety
agree
issue.
with you there. That's a bad situation.
There is a safety issue. It'll be difficult to split into 2 phases because it requires realigning north-south Latham,
To the other.
which is another crossing of the canal, to the east-west Prospect. So we could probably come up with some ways to phase it. It's going to be very difficult just because we're talking about realigning 2 major road crossings at that intersection.
Yeah, I think if we phase this, it would be for economic constraints. And we'd have to do the center portion of it to get that intersection and the crossing of the ditch and all the road configurations. So I think 3/4 of the money is going to get spent on that no matter what.
It's such a big number.
Yep.
And like you'd indicated earlier in your sheet shows here that we didn't anticipate looking at even doing this until 2030 or 2040. To raise expectations that it might be started and worked on within the next 5 years is crazy.
Well, and one of the things we were looking at doing this year is actually doing an update to our transportation master plan because it's been 5 years. One of the things that's required to do that is an accurate traffic count of where traffic is currently flowing and which roads are at capacity. When we were going to start that, everybody was staying home. So
Right, but if a developer moves in out there, people know what kind of roads that they've got.
Yep.
Kind of deal.
Oh, yeah.
And they also know if then they're shown by the developer who has a real sharp sales guy in the office or a realtor like Aaron, he says, but look at it, I think they're going to put in a road within the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Then we're sort of on the hook.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty big number all of a sudden and no revenue source.
Well, that's not, okay. So there's no revenue source specifically for this, but that development has transportation fees that are noticeable that will go for this type of improvement. And you know, the other thing that I think I want to just piggyback on what Eric said about the transportation study, when you see this updated transportation study, you'll see this particular improvement change drastically from the last one as to its priority or when they'll show its need.
Eric or Dunn, when do you plan on doing that, the revised transportation study?
I just got a quote from FHU. They're the ones that previously did it. Would be most efficient to do the update to review. And we were trying to, in conversations with them when they thought might be a good time to start.
Wait, I'm sorry, say again.
I'm currently in conversations with FHU as to when they would think a good time would be to start this. That would give us the most accurate background information.
So you don't have a time or date
We don't have a
yet?
time yet. We're hoping
All
to
right.
be able to start it this fall.
Yeah, I mean, you understand, we're trying to get the traffic back to somewhat.
Just
normal.
asking.
Yeah, so that the traffic counts that we get are really representative.
Understand.
And when it was in the transportation master plan, Latham at that time was looked at from Wild Wing to County Road 50 as a project. It was to the North GMA. That whole stretch was looked at as a 20, 30 to 40. So I see it being split. It was being responded to in this CIP just because of the safety concerns out there and realizing traffic's going to be increasing around that.
Great,
But
thanks.
I totally agree, but the problem is that we might be making promises that can't be kept.
Understood.
Don, when you mentioned transportation impact fees from that development, around when would you expect to start seeing significant revenue from that?
No, probably not till, assuming they move forward, I would think it'd be earliest is 2022.
Okay.
And that's only as the house goes up, right?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be the
Right.
start
They're
of those
building
revenues.
permit.
In 2022, then you will know what your partnership arrangement is.
Well, we'll know before that.
Yeah.
Well, if they're moving forward,
And
if
if
they,
they start putting in roofs, it takes them a year or two to get a roof started.
yeah, so we'll know a year before that easily.
So what I'm just saying, if you put this on hold and slide it a couple of years, it's not the end of the world.
No, other than the safety concerns that we've talked about for that intersection. So. All right. We are now down to the Timnath Landing signal at Walker. This one is basically a placeholder for when Landings gets to the point where they've brought that road, and you understand where we're talking about. It's right
Yeah.
at the new intersection that Walker had. The north side of that is one of the main intersections into Landings, and that we have a responsibility for a portion of that light.
That's gonna be a ways out, right?
Yeah,
They currently have their plans in for filings 3 and 4, which would use this access. We have completed one round of review on preliminary or final? On preliminary.
They got a long way to go.
they do. I'll be surprised if we don't see noticeable activity on that site next year, meaning a lot of earth moving.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, but no foundations.
Probably not,
Yeah.
but the year after, more than likely for sure.
It could easily slide to a 2022 project.
That's not a project that we would initiate. That would be a project that when they are getting close to being ready for it, we would be participating.
We react to, yes.
So
Okay.
this is $1 million project. It's only charging us, we're paying 50%.
So there's and Christine might want to opine on this if I give it to you wrong, but if the town were to enter into the contract for the improvements, we need to have budgeted the full amount, and then we show the other half of that as far as income. Because if we're going to let the contract, we need to show that we have all those funds approved, even though it's a net $250,000 contract or price for us. We have to show 500 as being an expense and then 250 being an income. Is that a
So our share might only be 250.
So similar to what happened on Harmony and Latham with Windsor.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a perfect example, actually.
Okay, Don.
Okay, Main Street, south of Harmony to the bridge. This is, it may not be obvious to you guys when you drive south there, but that bridge is a constraint, and the geometry of moving that road, meaning Main Street and County Route 5 south, is an issue at the river. So we've shown this. I believe this is going to be something that we're going to try to partner with the county. The county is reticent about that ever since we annexed it, and we annexed it because of Harrison's property that was annexed to the town. We got that right away. So this is a regional improvement that we've been lobbying with the county for some time, and CDOT at different times, that there should be other entities involved with fixing this particular problem. To date, we don't have any commitments from anybody, but we'll try to make that happen.
Don, I'd chill on this. My 2 bits is chill on this, because even if you get somebody to co-partner with us, we're going to be coming up with 50%, 40%, 90%, I don't know what percent. And that bridge is going to be unbelievably expensive. And it's working, they just finished it off. The road looks great right now.
Yep.
That would not be something I'd have even close to a priority. And I think we look bad if what you did is you entered into an agreement with Larimer County, and then we back out because it's still 15 million for our 50%.
Understand, and
Okay.
we have not pushed this anywhere. I think the trigger that's going to make this a higher priority at some point is when the Connell property gets annexed.
Absolutely. When Canal gets, and we're going to get money there or Sweats. I
Yeah.
get either one of those,
Yeah,
but
and that's,
at
again,
this point, that's a ways off.
and we've shown it a ways out. And so we can push it wherever you want, okay? We just wanted to make you aware that it is on the horizon. It's far out, but it's on the horizon.
And I don't care where you push it, but my two bits is don't go into negotiations with Lerner County so that they put it in their budget and all of a sudden we're forced to put it in ours.
Oh, no, this is a marathon. There's no sprint involved with this thing.
All right,
This
thanks.
is one of those projects I would put on the list, but not on the 5-year list. I would have the asterisk and have it down below, but that project's out there, because I would love to get your estimate on what you think this will actually cost to put in a new bridge there. My estimate's between 25 to 50 million dollars, easily.
Okay.
So. I'm
You know
not
what,
gonna
he
hold
has,
you don't have to,
actually,
but I
Rick
just-
has a good comment though. Maybe what would be helpful.
Because you raise expectations again and saying, look at you, looks like you must have thought you had the money because you put 10 million out here, 23, 24.
Maybe what would be helpful is future projects on the last column there. That
And don't put a year.
don't put a year, you
Okay, so-
know, it just so,
It could be within the next 5 years, but it might not be.
exactly.
'Cause
That's
the right
exactly
partner
my
came
thought.
All right.
I mean, do you,
along, Including the county.
Yeah, no, again, we've said so many times that we got pretty good clarity on the next year to 2. We've got very poor clarity on 3 and 5.
yeah,
Okay.
well, and everybody does.
Yeah. Okay,
Thanks.
you're welcome. Where am I at?
Parkway,
Parkway.
Parkway from Busgrove.
Busgrove North. Again, that's a function of getting the Parkway at some point. Right now, the intent is the Parkway dead ends at Busgrove. And we will just have an intersection there that would go to the west and then north.
I'm going to make a suggestion to the council. Don took me around where the Parkway was and that stuff, and I thought it was incredibly informative. You know, if 2 of you in groups wanted to go right along, I know Don or one of his crew would take you through it, but the visual really helped me. And I'd suggest if you're okay with that, Don.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, we love for you to have let's just say a vivid understanding of where these improvements are. That's why we did the aerials on these sheets and things like that, but nothing replaces being on the ground.
Thanks.
You got it. Latham.
Can I just say one thing about this? So this, even though this is an extension of the Parkway, the 2 projects are not necessarily connected.
Yeah.
In fact, in our mind, this would happen later after the initial phase of the Parkway is
Well,
constructed.
This one, if I understand correctly, might be 8 years out, 10 years out. It depends when those people want to sell their property. So, and decide to develop it. And they may not want to, they might like their little ranchette. Right?
That's true. I mean,
I think there also will be a kind of especially with the high school, there might be a traffic volume issue that we start seeing where you have the 2 turns to make it through as a through street there. So
I understand, but
that's
then
why
we have to condemn, then we're gonna, and goes into a whole bunch of
I
issues.
don't think, I think this property is going to, when we get to that point, it will gain value to the point that somebody's going to want to
Yeah.
do something with it.
I don't disagree.
So the rest of the parkway is committed to landings, but this particular stretch is more at our discretion. Okay.
Totally,
Okay.
totally discretion.
So it sounds like this is another project that's on that list beyond the 5 years potentially.
Thanks,
Yes.
Christine.
Okay, Brian, maybe this is more yours than mine. This is Latham south of, or Eric, Latham south of Harmony. This is one that's really kind of out there and is more dependent on some of the rest of the development that is happening around in the area.
remember where we had it.
We had it out there.
Yeah, right now we have this out on the 5-year.
Right.
The section of widening Harmony for the SA with Timnath Ranch is the town's responsibility to widen. The responsibility would transfer from the developer to the town
This is south of Harmony now, but yeah.
several years ago.
Yep.
And so it's on the CIP, kind of projecting it out 5 years, just thinking where traffic volumes are going to be going. Timnath Ranch with their next phase, they're just immediately east of Bethke, will be making a second connection to Latham, most likely next year. Is that the wheat
Yeah.
field? Yep,
Yep.
correct.
Wheaton or whatever it is. Yeah.
Wheat
See, I would
something.
suggest this is one that goes on the bottom list again.
Yeah, it absolutely
Until
can
we
be.
find out if we can ever make an arrangement with Windsor to cover part of that at the same time.
Well, yeah, because they're on the other side of the street.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we've got a reasonable relationship with them.
Oh.
We worked well with them north of Harmony. We'll work well with them south. Okay, we've got Main Street, Timnath Elementary to Busgrove. I mean, this is definitely one that's more a function of if some of the ground in there in Old Town kind of would sell, we have right-of-way kind of problems with some of this on the west side of the street. And so it's just something that I think when it's right, oh, the stars will align and we'll fix it. Until then, we don't do anything.
I'd like to see it totally eliminate this, and
Okay.
here's why. The Parkway is going to take most of it. You're going to have it fully developed. It's a block and a half away.
Yep.
And we're going to spend a whole bunch of money on a main street, which is mainly an interior neighborhood street at that point, and eventually Timnath grade school, eventually being in the next 3 or 4 years, definitely in the 5-year time frame, is going to be gone. That road's not going to have any traffic at all on it. And to expand it and expend a bunch of money on it, to me, makes absolutely no sense.
Very good.
Mayor, I do think that the school district, do they not own land in that
On
stretch
the east. Yeah.
as
They own
well?
on
So
the corner.
On the corner.
So what they're going to, and we don't know yet, so good comment, Lisa. So there's 3 spots, elementary spots, you guys help me, is one right there on the corner of Busgrove and Main. Then there's one over in the new development that's on the east side. What's that one called? Say again?
Saratoga, No.
No.
on the
No,
east side?
Fisher, thank you.
Fisher, okay.
Fisher,
Sorry.
and then Saratoga's got one. And where are those 3 locations are they gonna put it? They haven't decided, the way I understand, right?
Looks like they're putting it in Saratoga.
This on? Hello?
Go ahead, Matt.
No, so it's between Saratoga and Fisher are the options, and they're leaning more towards Saratoga. And so but the elementary school in Old Town, the 50 acres that they own, they're talking about a K through 8 on that site. So that's the Busgrove Main Street. And then Fisher, Saratoga is an option, one of the 2. So there'll be only 2 moves.
But what'll happen with that, Lisa, is that school, that section will be really close to the bypass, which is what we want to direct people to, is get them out of the Old Town area.
what we want to direct them to and what people actually choose. I would suggest at least leaving it on long-term until we know more, at which time we could take it off.
I'm
Is what
fine
I
if
would
it's
say.
past the 5-year deal.
We can, no, that's fine.
And the school property has other issues too, like water.
Yeah, I mean, that one's a
Yeah,
site
like doing high
they
groundwater.
probably will never,
So
yeah,
contribution from
they
the
probably will
house,
never build on.
so you'll know what force
There's a very good chance of that.
and
All right, go ahead,
Okay.
Don.
All right, Busgrove, Main Street to the frontage road. All this is, if you've been on that road, when you get to the east, to the west of the development that's there, it's all dirt road. And so and we have an arrangement with the county where they help us grade that and chloride it, and we do other things for them. So it works fine now, but at some point, we probably need to just pave it to the west. But it can be out there, and when it's totally discretionary. Harmony intersection,
do you have any idea when we'd be forced to go ahead and put in, what's the traffic?
It's,
As soon as it hits a certain traffic level,
It's,
I
yeah,
think you're forced to go.
you're not necessarily forced, but it becomes more of a maintenance issue to have to go out there and grade it
Okay.
every month because your traffic volumes are more than the gravel road can support. And so that's usually the threshold that you look at either chip sealing or doing an asphalt overlay because you're tired of getting somebody out there to grade it every month. Like that portion of River Pass behind, before Summerfields was completed, that portion of River Pass that you really need to go grade every week.
we got complaints every week.
So it becomes a traffic
Well,
threshold.
let me ask you then, why did we put that at the front end of this 5-year schedule?
Why did we put it or not?
Yeah,
Put it kind of, it's
well, I mean, to have it done this year and next year, and the year after.
looking at 2022.
It was more that when we looked at the priority things, the priority was more a function of safety, traffic, other things like that. And this was just in a different category, you know, but it's a small enough project that it's easy to shoehorn in almost anywhere.
And it might hit that 12 million threshold deal.
Yeah. Okay. Harmony Interchange Landscape. I think that is yours, Brian.
Yes, I'll take that. This is a landscape installation project. Previously, so I'm just going to say that $10,000 is not probably the right number to be in there. We were evaluating what can happen there. We did hit a little bit of a bottleneck in our evaluation, but I think we've gotten past it where we were having some challenges just finding the irrigation to get over there. But now I think we've got a clear path to make that work. So when we come back to you, I think we'll have an updated number there that'll have some actual costs in it for that. That $10,000 was really just the design to get a plan and then evaluate the feasibility of it.
So this is another one I want deleted for two reasons. One, until we learn how to maintain our median strips, which look like hell, I don't want to be seeing us doing some more landscaping. We need to start maintaining what we've already put up, not building some more so we can have more ill-maintained projects. And the second thing is that property goes way down. You're not going to see the landscaping anyway. So I don't know why we'd spend money on something that nobody's ever going to see. And if you go by there, there are trees that were put there and most of them are dead. So I absolutely am against us doing a dime on this one.
Yeah, what we had intended to do was really just try to get some irrigation over there so that the seed that's there would be green to match. There's almost a line that you can see there where the Chick-fil-A and Starbucks, their irrigation goes to a certain point and then it stops. So it's green to
And I
brown,
think you
but,
tell Chick-fil-A and them, hey, if you want a nice landscape right beside your building, go for it. We'll give you the authority to do it. I don't think that's our job.
yeah, and it's not actually even the town's right away. That's CDOT right away there.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to remove this.
Yeah, we are happy to remove it. It was suggested to us at an earlier time that this was entrance to the town. So
The ACLU would probably make us have those solicitors where they can go out there and camp out.
okay, we're getting close to the end of roads and utilities. So we got the 4th Street pedestrian improvements. Brian, I think that's mostly you or Matt also, and that is absolutely in conjunction with the Parkway, in my mind.
Yeah, and this is really just to look at what the improvements, so as 4th Street becomes the main, when the Parkway goes through, 4th Street would be the main entrance into Old Town. And really we want to just look at, is there something we want to do there more than the standard local street section there to activate it? This was kind of in thought, would be part of kind of the development of the Artisan District. As the Parkway moves out, this just moves out as well with it. And it's not, I'm not sure if it's a real project. I think it's a very low dollar amount. Landings is responsible for actually constructing that road. So it would be just anything that we would want to do above and beyond it. The things that have been discussed earlier on were like some enhanced crosswalks or additional site furnishings along there, maybe a wider walk on the south side, trying to connect to the regional trail that goes along the parkway. So that's what that project is.
All right. Signage and monumentation, Brian or Matt?
Yes, you're doing such a good job of introducing my projects. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
What this is this year we are just adding a couple more wayfinding signs. It's the signs that you see out on Harmony Road around town, and then just updating some signage on those for the town facilities.
Okay, so we're now through at least the roads. Any questions about those or anything? And can we move on to buildings, vehicles, and equipment?
Go ahead and move.
Okay. Emergency preparedness, that's just, well, Wes, that's as much you as it is me, I think.
Hey, Wes, I don't understand. Emergency generator, what building will that be in? The Goodman site.
That's the previous purchase. So that's already been purchased. It's there. It's an example of what we use this line item for.
So this
Okay,
is-
so you don't have any equipment specifically identified. It's sort of a catch-all.
It is. So if
All right, I got it.
break, or if we have things of that nature go down, or we need to replace those for the officers in either their vehicles or their person, or even public works, it gives us the ability to purchase that equipment.
Got it.
Cameras. if they have
Right, yes, so
body
just light, very
cameras,
light equipment, but it's related
Radios.
to being prepared for emergencies.
And if I could suggest, historically, we've always included equipment, vehicles in this 5-year CIP. Kind of the thought process and council's, at least the discussion was anything that's capitalizable. I wanted to throw out there the suggestion of maybe pulling some those items off the 5-year CIP, and let's make it purely infrastructure building. So we're talking about big capital items, not the vehicles, not the website upgrades. Those will be in the respective departmental budgets. And so once again, when we go to look at the detailed budget in October, you'll get a chance to comment on that, but let's pull that off. At least I want to suggest that.
I agree with that suggestion. How about you,
Okay.
Lisa?
And if that's the case, I don't think.
I think
and-
everybody here is,
Brad, I didn't see you. Are you
okay with that?
So that'd be removing emergency
So-
preparedness, police vehicles, public works vehicles, equipment, website upgrade from
And the
that?
website upgrade, and then everything else is infrastructure related. So, yeah.
I think we all
Yeah,
agree
that's
with you
fine.
on that, Christine.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm just going to jump past the PD facility and police vehicles because other people can handle that better than me. On the 48 Goodman facility, that's the expansion of the existing police and public works facility for us to have. The basic situation is we need more room to wash and maintain vehicles, and we just don't have it. And we have literally no way to wash. We are washing our vehicles, but it's incredibly inefficient and in a lot of ways ineffective. So this is a need for us to maintain our equipment properly. It's like everything else. If you want to push it, we can push it, but that's the consequence of pushing this one. The facility is designed. It's in final review right now for putting it out to bid. We were going to put it out to bid to get an understanding of the exact cost. Obviously, then it has to come back to you.
So this, to me, I'm going to make a comment on this one. So this makes tons of sense. And I think the sooner the better. We just bought 2 big pieces of equipment. They need to be maintained. I think we take care of them. Here's the only thing that I challenge you on this one is $1 million plus on a car wash seems like quite a bit of money. And I would suggest that you sharpen your pencil a little bit on that one.
Well, I'm going to sharpen mine as much as I can. I'm going to have to stab it into some contractors to make it
All right.
really do something, but we're going to do that, but it's a little more than a car wash. There's 2 bays.
Well,
a lot
that's
of
what you
equipment.
just said is.
I oversimplified the situation. It's 2 bays, it's an extension, there's equipment, and part of that is being able to watch the facility, the equipment. There's also exterior improvements to the grounds and the
But again, I'd take a look. This is a
it's a metal
maintenance
building.
facility. It's a metal building.
Metal building, and it's extension.
It doesn't need to have monuments all over it.
And Don, it looks like that cost is in this year's budget, but there's nothing for next year. Is that correct?
That is correct. It will probably spill, because I don't think well, I know we can't get it all built this year. But I hope to get it built, and if you'll authorize it, we'll build it, and we'll cut the costs as best we possibly can.
Just to clarify the funding for it, so the project description lists general fund and building impact fees. It says on the capital improvement plan, it's TDA eligible. Were we planning on TDA or not on this? We can, but we haven't decided.
We can, so it's going to be a matter of, are we moving forward with the project, what the amount will be? So
Okay.
we're basically going to adopt a first in, first out when it comes to TDA loan proceeds. So if council approves the project and it is a TDA, we're going to draw down the money for it.
Okay.
And that's where I think the priority is important, because if we've got it out at 4 years, even though it's TDA,
Exactly.
okay.
And was this in the budget from last year, for this year's budget that we approved last year then? So we're not looking at this as something going forward, unless
Correct.
there's money that still needs to be done.
Don, I'm probably remembering this wrong, but wasn't it a lower number on this year's budget?
I don't think so. Brian? I think it was I don't know that we've changed this number.
Let me double
Just
check.
asking. I thought it
Christine will tell me.
was,
While she's looking, let me ask you, is there a fence around that property at all?
Yes, there already exists a fence.
Okay, good.
This year, we council had adopted a budget, 1,160,000. So that
Okay.
was appropriated. Now,
Great,
whether or not
okay.
that's spent,
right. No, but thanks, Christine. That's exactly what I was asking. Okay.
All right, now we're getting into Parks and Rec, and I think that's Brian and Matt.
We're just gonna do a little shuffle here.
Sure. Okay, this sounds like a good time. Let's take a 10-minute break. How about? When you and Don are ready, I'll show you. I finally
another one maybe down there. Do you eat them with nuts?
If they're not back, can we lock the doors?
How are you?
I said, if they're not back, can we lock the doors?
This is the other one I eat multiple ways.
We have. I shouldn't say that at all.
I've never had peanut butter.
Hey, Don, are you ready?
The grandkids eat it, my wife eats it, that, I don't even like the smell.
They don't, okay, well, I do want to make one comment real quick, because Lisa came up with an idea that I sort of like, and that is at the column, don't necessarily throw out the things like even the ones I said delete, but let's make a column and call it wish list
Or other projects.
or
I-
other projects. I don't care, but we,
I had mentioned that sometimes funding comes available for a very particular purpose. And if we don't have it on our list as something that we wish to do down the road, we may exclude ourselves from receiving money for a particular project. So even if it doesn't rise up to our top priority, I always look at this as a wish list item of things that we would like to accomplish, knowing that not everything's going to happen. We're not going to have the money for everything. We may decide at a later time not to do something, but I would hate to exclude something that we could then get funding for just because we didn't want to put a budget money to it or something like that. So
I like the word wish list. Is my
Doesn't
personal preference on that one.
Mayors win.
I don't know if I win, but also I'm going to introduce somebody too. John Buckley's in our finance committee and took the time to sit here and get up to speed. And so John, thank you for being so professional and trying to be the best finance committee member you can be. So thanks. Okay, where are we? Take it away, guys.
We are at parks. So this is going to go a little bit faster than roads and utilities.
Sounds good.
So the first one on your list is the Timnath Community Park. As you know, that's under construction right now. We do have a substantial completion contractual date of September 31st. And we are looking very good about hitting that date. We have added a couple other things into the project that were on our wish list as the project got a little further through the process, and we felt we could comfortably decrease the contingency a little bit. We got some shade structures in the dog park and just some other an extra water fountain, just some little things that are really going to help the park improve. So that's the number that you see in there for the 2020 amount. After we get this phase complete, there'll be two areas that still need attention in that park. The first one is around the entrance, there's two native areas there that were originally slated for courts. So that's one phase. And then the second phase is just south and west of the existing playground. There's a small triangle of turf that would be planned for the splash pad. So those are the two, those two pieces will basically complete that park in total. And that'll be the first one that we've really completed.
So go ahead, Aaron. You go first.
End of September
Yes, September 31st.
for the park to be completely finished?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some construction fencing up around some sod areas, depending on how fast they can start getting the sod down. But it won't be the adventure play area or the large turf field. It would be kind of adjacent to the detention pond.
Thank you.
So Lisa, I've got a project, if you wouldn't mind grabbing it. You can say no. But one of the things that would be really cool with this park is, and they've got it identified, interpretive focus on wetlands and storm drainage that's there. And what's the company that has one that's over there with McWhinney?
That's Jim Tolstrup. It's High Plains Prairie or
High Plains Prairie?
I think it's
Anyway, there's McWhinney in their development has this really sort of cool, and there's little signs that says, here's what this is, and here's what that is, and it goes on. And it's a real, and we got about 2 residents that said, hey, this would be cool for one of our parks, which was this natural area. And it would seem like GoCo money or something would be out there that maybe we could get to enhance that. And whereas now it's sort of down on the list, we could, I'm going back to your idea of, hey, all of a sudden we get some money and we can put it up, would be sort of a cool thing to do if you don't mind sort of at least looking into it.
Sure, but I have no idea what interpretive trail really is. So,
We can work
He,
together.
yeah, Brian can give it to, you'll like it. I can tell you, you'll like it if I know you at all. And it looks really, I think it looks neat, don't you, Brian?
Yeah.
And so we've got pictures of what one would look like. Won't be what ours looks like, but one looks like. And if we could get some, it'd be the perfect thing to get money from some Sierra Club, ecological group, something, I would think. Wouldn't you guys think that? Yeah.
I'll reach out to Brian at some point and you can show me pictures.
Perfect.
Well, you can send her that one video that I sent you.
Yep.
Brian, just a quick question there. So the 4.1 million, 2020, that's obviously what we've spent or are going to spend throughout this year, so committed. The future phases, there's a 2022 that's $500,000 and 2024 it's 750. Can you tell me exactly what those items are? Like which one's the courts, which one's splash pad? Just so I have an idea there.
We're anticipating that the 500 would be the courts and then the 750 would be the splash pad.
Okay.
However, I should have mentioned this before we started into this list. Later this evening, hopefully we will be appointing members to the Prost committee. And so we would like to engage them on helping us determine what that phasing looks like. So we kind of have these master plans set up, but there's some flexibility in which things would go first. So I think we would bring back some recommendations, hopefully at our final budgeting, that come from the Pros Committee about what the sequencing and timing of this should be.
All right,
Great
I think
thought.
that'd be fantastic to include the public on that more.
Can I ask one more question about the park? I know we had a big budget, that was a big budgeted item this year. How did we do on budget with final wise?
Currently, we're about $100,000 under budget.
I like hearing those words.
Are we over the timeline for some reason? I know we had talked about a grand opening on August 28th, I thought. Has that kind of been, I know we're not doing an event at this point, but
Right.
has that kind of been pushed back to the end of September?
It has. I think we were looking at mid-September for that, and then there's been a couple delays in some of the things we've added, like the shade structures for the dog park have kind of pushed out some of the timeline because they had a long lead on them. And then there's been, at the front end of the project, there was a significant number of weather days that kind of pushed that back as well.
Okay. And not that I'm wanting to spend all that $100,000 that we might save, but I'd like to maybe think about looking into, I know I mentioned it too, a backstop so that even though we don't have a field, there's a perfect little corner for a backstop for baseball, softball, that kind of thing. So just to look to make sure that we have everything that we're looking at, and also striping of the field if possible at some point.
Yeah, striping I think would be more of an operational expense, but I think we can do that, and I can definitely explore the backstop.
All right, I win the stupid award. What's a splash pad?
It is a.
The next council, we're trying to
If you're
Denmark.
about 3 or 4 or 5 years old. Yeah. Not so much fun as an adult.
Then you would think I know what it is.
Mark, just like the Army Park that shoots the water.
Oh, okay. Okay,
You
great.
might have this whole area
Random.
here with 10 or 12 of them.
Got it.
And little kids
Thank
running
you.
around.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
And we would be striving for a zero depth water feature, kind of play feature. So there's lots of water interaction, but no like
Cool.
standing water, no
Yeah.
pool. Anything like that. Any other questions on the community park? Let's see, the next one is water rights and non-potable water system. So we do strive in general to have our parks on non-potable water. It's just, the more responsible use of the water. You know, we don't like to use treated water as in the quantities that it takes to irrigate a park. if we can avoid it. So this is a non-potable system that will run the infrastructure improvements at the reservoir. It's under construction. The wells have been drilled. The plans are out to bid. We're waiting on just a little bit of electrical design on the telemetry that makes the wells talk to each other. But really, this is moving forward quite quickly. The other part of that is water rights. So when you use a non-potable system, you have to acquire water rights. We have the opportunity, and we'll have an agreement coming back before you here shortly with the Cache La Poudre Reservoir Company. Is they manage this plan. It's called the Lower Poudre Plan. And what that is, a large augmentation plan that we're buying into. What that means is that we don't have to create our own plan. We don't have to manage the plan. They're going to do the accounting for us for a small annual fee. And it really is the best. We explored, I'd say 5 or 6 different opportunities to make this work. And this one was far and away the most cost efficient and
Yeah, and effective method.
effective.
We were trying to leverage we have a share in the box elder. We have box elder ditch shares, and that's a noticeable amount of water. Enough acre feet to have done what we wanted to do at the park. And we tried to leverage that in what we thought were several creative ways, but they didn't materialize properly. So we ended up with this, which was a better alternative in the end. We still have that water right that we will use elsewhere somewhere.
Yeah, we're actually looking to maybe parlay that into something that can be useful. Like the community park is on a non-potable water system as well that we share, or we're part owners of with Timnath Ranch.
With the Metro District.
The Metro District.
We own 20% of that system.
So we, right now, we are using their system, paying a usage fee, but we don't have our own water in that system. There's plenty of water in there right now, but as Timnath Ranch develops out, we'll need to acquire water to put into that pond to use. Those would be Lake Canal shares because there's a direct inlet from the Lake Canal into that pond. So that's how they're delivering their water. They have a few other water sources as well. So in the future, when you see those numbers, those are for mainly water rights acquisitions.
I would really support that. It's called a water bank. And even if you have to pay premium costs, that product, it's not going to go down kind of deal. And the second one is on your parks, if you're going to use non-portable water, be really careful about where cars park and where the sprinkler systems are.
Yeah, it's not clean water. It's
No,
non-potable water.
They spot out of the reservoir there, it spots a car pretty good.
Rick, I'm absolutely in agreement with you on the water. I mean, there is no better time to buy water than right today. I mean, because it's only going to go up and up and up.
Yeah, except for
And
yesterday.
harder to get. Unless what?
Except for yesterday.
Except for yesterday, yeah.
Plus, there's a market, if we had water shares that we're not using, you can sell it that year.
Absolutely.
Any other questions on water rights, non-potable? T-Rock Trail. So this is,
Let me just mention one thing on that. Is that one that we want to be more aggressive on, number-wise?
I think if there is direction that we should be creating a water portfolio, then I think, yes.
Even if staff's aware of the fact that maybe there's an opportunity to get water shares out there that come forward, and it doesn't go into our budget, that there is a strong interest from what I'm hearing from the council to try to pursue some of those and come back and see if there's some other place we could take the money out of if we wanted to.
So I'd like to actually, yeah, and just to that end, Rick, I'd like to actually suggest as a part of our operation budget for 2021 that we really take a concerted effort to look at whether it makes sense that we take even bigger stakes in the water arena. I just met with the town manager in Eaton last week, and I was picking his brain a little bit about what they were up to. And I was asking him in particular about the NIST project, and I know it's got hair on it for a variety of reasons, but he told me that, and I've heard this, and I think I've echoed this in conversations with many of you.
Wes, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, that we've echoed this in my conversations with many of you, excuse me, that I think the number one definition of what this community looks like in the future will not be land, it will be your water and what that looks like. Now, that's not the case next year or the year after, but long after we're gone and they are either building plaques because of us or cursing us, whatever that looks like. The definition of what this community looks like is going to be mostly hedged around what we did or didn't do around water. So we probably ought to give some real thought about what does a more comprehensive system look like between what our water districts are doing and what potable systems we have, non-potable systems we have, what kind of water we're banking or holding or trying to be involved in. So that's not a quick decision. It's a long, we'll spend some time together here hanging out, beating that thing up pretty good, but we may want to actually be deliberate about engaging around that. So just food for thought.
Right, and when you use that kind of water out of the reservoir, which I'm sure you guys are already aware of, you run into the problem with the snails in the line. They plug the heads. Each head is like $30. And every year you have to drain it out, redo the heads or, clean them. So there's other issues that are involved, but I would just be more aggressive with the water because it's water bank.
I fully agree. The T-Rock Trail, this is a trail identified on our original and updated pros plans that link the community park to the reservoir ultimately. This, what you see in front of you, is the first phase. This phase is the requirement of Timnath Ranch to build along with adjacent development. You can see the piece that's highlighted in yellow on the map has actually already been constructed, as that's the phase that they're building right now. There had been direction in the last couple of years to front load this. We've talked to the developer and he's happy to have us build the trail, and then as their adjacent development touches it, they'll reimburse us for those costs kind of at the time that they would have had to build it. But we'll be able to use that trail. Now, what this will do is it will really start creating some connections around town. This will be a large loop. There's already an underpass under Harmony. So as Timnath Landings comes online in this area, we'll be able to get all the way down Harmony to Old Town. There's a lot of benefits here. And then we're starting to look at what the alignment would be from here to the reservoir as well, as we're kind of working through those schematic plans, just what the alignments might look like. There is a easement, probably I'd say 3/4 of the way to the reservoir that does go along T-Rock, but when the T-Rock veers to the east towards the reservoir, we don't have an easement there anymore as it runs through the golf course. So we'll have to find another path to get up to Busgrove and then connect to the reservoir.
It looks like this T-Rock Trail is a TDA eligible item? Is that what that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So what's the 800, the 100, and the 800 in there for? I mean, is the 800 the yellow strip right now?
No, the yellow strip's already constructed.
Already?
The 800, it would be the blue piece. Okay, and then
So what's the second 800 for?
that would be the next mile run. That's actually, sorry, it's not depicted on the map, but it would
Okay,
run
that's all I'm asking.
from Harmony to Busgrove.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
We don't have a
understand.
firm alignment, so I wasn't comfortable showing something that wasn't
Sure.
possibly
No,
going to be correct.
thanks.
And I think that it's going to be more and more important to have that trail once that high school opens, because it's going to be both middle school and high school. And I mean, even starting out, it's only going to be 9th and 10th graders. So there won't be many car drivers,
Right.
at that point, just a handful. So having some kind of a trail system that can at least get us most of the way up there, if not all the way, I think is important for us to consider.
I think there's probably, and we'll look at these, but there's probably other development required trails that would help us with some connectivity that we might want to discuss front loading and then getting repaid for, so we can get that connectivity, even if it's just down to the parkway and along the parkway when the parkway goes, or if it's all the way up to Busgrove and then kind of getting over to Main Street.
Yeah, and I don't know what the rest of the council feels about it, but if we needed to put these up front to get these kind of places in, these trails in place, in the place where we want them, and then get reimbursed as time goes along and they get, and those get developed, I would be in favor of that.
I'd look at it.
What would be the timeline on getting reimbursed on this section? Roughly, I know you would know exactly.
Yeah, so it would be just as their development goes. Where the yellow trail is where they're currently building. And then they kind of have 2 rectangular detention ponds there. And then there's some,
So it could be 5-10 years before we're fully reimbursed.
I actually have the next phase is part of that rezoning that's going to be coming forward, and
Okay.
so they want to start that project in the
Okay,
near.
so it's not when they sell the lots and fill them with people, it's when they start building, that's when they
Right.
start reimbursing.
Yeah.
Okay,
They'd be required to build the trail as part of their public improvements, which would happen before any houses could be started.
so when would they be building this if we just let them build it? If they're required to build it anyway? I mean, are we just building this 6 months earlier than would it normally be built, or?
No, it's probably at least a year, and then, so that would be the residential section, and then there's a commercial section beyond that, kind of the quarter-mile south of Harmony is the commercial section.
Okay, so the section that we're looking at on this project, though, if the town didn't front load that, the developer would have to do it within about a year or so anyway, is that accurate, or?
If they move forward with their development plans,
If they move
which are
forward with that.
contingent upon the rezoning that they're proposing.
Okay.
So I would.
So Robert, could you match up with what Brian's saying and make sure that the agreements say that, based on all the trauma I've been going through on some of this, is if you could make sure that we will get reimbursed in a year and that it's very clearly delineated. Thank you.
I'm just trying to avoid, like, are we trying to get this trail up 6 months earlier than normally would, but we have to wait 10 years to get paid back for it? I mean, I
Great
know that's
comment,
an
Brad.
extreme,
Yeah, no,
not the case, but.
I agree. It's a little bit unpredictable when,
Right.
so I would say that the residential piece is probably the part that you see that's north-south,
Uh-huh.
and then the connection down to the yellow.
Okay,
Right, so I think that is probably more likely to be in the next 3 years
Mm-hmm.
than the piece that is the S kind of going up to Harmony along the diagonal,
okay.
which would be part of the commercial subdivision, which, it's a little bit fuzzier outlook on that.
Sure. And that one, I would be more supportive of Aaron's suggestion that maybe we should front load these. If it looks like it's going to be years and years, it would make some sense.
Yep,
Yeah.
and I think I'll just go back to, we would be looking to our pros committee to help us identify some of these
Okay.
gaps and things that might be beneficial.
Yeah, I know that the trail connectivity has been a pretty often talked about, at least in our neck of the woods. It's a pretty big topic that you hear a lot about, trail connectivity. I'd love to be able to jump on my bike, get somewhere. Yeah, other
Right.
than-
Yeah, no, I agree.
than nowhere we can go now. So.
Yeah, I agree.
And since Mark brought it up earlier, for the future pieces of that, I know you said it hasn't been fully mapped out, but I'd just like to encourage staff to look at other funding options, because trails for sure is one of those areas that sometimes there is funding available from other sources. So I don't know how much we've actively pursued that in the past, but maybe to try to, for those things that we know there has been funding available, to try to actively pursue some of those as well.
We have actually for grants and GOCO grants, and whenever a trail project comes up, we look for those opportunities. And it may not even be GOCO, maybe the MPO is another example. They have
Yeah.
trail funding options to use.
And I know the MPO, at least with you, they've recognized, at least when I was on it, and I think Lisa and I have talked about it too, that they realize that it's Timnath's turn for something. If we can abide by their, guidelines.
Jump through all their hoops.
Anything else on the T-Rock Trail? Okay, we'll jump to Timnath Reservoir. So we do, generally, I'll just take a one step back. Generally, in a park project, what we'll do is we'll develop a master plan. And this is going to hold true for a couple projects that we're going to talk about in the next couple of minutes. So I'll just kind of outline this process, and then we can talk about where each one of these is in the process. We'll develop a master plan. That master plan will be usually like a 4 to 6 month process with 2 or 3 public meetings, trying to engage the public in determining first what the programming desires for that park are, and then second, what kind of the layout options that we would like to look at the park. And we really have found a lot of different, we've gotten a lot of great feedback in those sessions. Historically, we've had open houses. I think we might be looking, as we enter into some new master plans, we might be looking for other mediums to push those out, probably open houses, but then maybe we have some more online polling or resident requests and places for people to really just direct comment on things in a better way. so that, we can just kind of be a little bit more inclusive is what we found. So then we would move into a phased development plan for the parks where we build them a phase at a time. So on the community park in 2016, we built the first phase, and now in 2020, we're building the second phase. We talked about having a couple little smaller phase cleanups to work through there. The reservoir, we do have a master plan. We have done we did a phase one improvements that was mostly centered around the event space and the parking required for that. But we haven't done any major phases out there recently. Since 2017 is when we completed phase one. So we do have a phase.
So Brian, just so I can keep up with you, the million that shows up in 2020 hasn't been done yet, or?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so we're anticipating actually the million that's in 2020 and the 1.25, if that's still the direction, would kind of be a combined project phase that would happen over that winter into the summer next year. One major piece of this that needs to happen is the shoreline improvements. The shoreline, we've worked that shoreline I'd say twice. We've worked through that shoreline, and the wave erosion that's out there is significant. We thought we had a handle on it. When we did the first time, we put a pretty typical section in there. It lasted about 9 months. We put a much more beefy section in the following time, and then it lasted about 1.5 years. So we're going to go to as the engineers called it, a armored section that will, it's basically going to be a wall out there. There'll be 2 or 3 stair access points into the reservoir there, but it will protect all of our investments. And we've been very hesitant to do improvements until we can get that shoreline stabilized, because we don't want to put a lot of money and stuff and then have it just kind of slough off into the reservoir.
Brian, how long's our lease?
It is a 15-year lease. We entered into it in, I think it was, 2016. And then there's 2 automatic 5-year renewals.
So we've got it for at least 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah, 20 more years.
Assuming nobody would opt out of those automatic renewals, which our relationship with the reservoir company is great. I don't see any.
Assuming no one opts out. So the option's not our option, it's their option?
I think that either party could opt out of it within 90 days of the expiration of the agreement.
I think my 2 bits on that, just before we put in $3.5 million, is that we shore that up. I mean, to put $3.5 million into something that's gone in 10 years doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So, I mean, if those 2 5s were our option, then I'm happy. But if it's not, I think we got to step back and say, are we putting in something in a short term that we don't have any return on, especially when we're putting in stuff like the shoreline and all that kind of stuff. So I'd like, before we spend any more money on that we tighten up our lease on that reservoir. And I know you got a relationship, but relationships only last as long as a person stays alive. So.
Yeah, this is a ditch company.
Yeah.
So I think one of the options that we've thought about anyhow is when we get to the point where we're kind of, and we're getting close to that, where these guys have put together a plan and we have kind of at least an estimated cost of what we want to do. I'm talking about larger 7-digit expenditures. That we go to that ditch company and sit down with Dale and the board and we say, look, we're about to do this. We'd like to extend this because of the financial commitment we're making. These are very reasonable guys.
Yeah, no, that's what you've always said.
Yeah.
And I would think that we, that we could sit there and get them to agree to it, but we're helping their reservoir. I mean, we shore up that shoreline. It's just that much silt that's not in their reservoir. So,
When we actually sit down with the board, they're ecstatic about what we've done with their property, and they love the partnership and they love the arrangement.
So let's see if we can get. I mean, the only thing I'd suggest is changing is can we get it our option, not that they can deny it first, and then if you get real greedy, try to add another 2 5-year options to it.
Yeah, we can
Eh, eh,
definitely.
Oh, I was just going to mention, in the criteria for that extension is if both parties can agree to whatever the renewed annual payment will be. So
Yeah,
it's a
let's,
mutually agreeable extension.
let's fix that price too.
Piggyback.
Because just being a business person, we're assuming that they're good, but let's say that they're a business person. If I'm on their side and the town just put in $3 million, I'm increasing the lease 200,000. What are we gonna do? Say no? So thanks, Christine, for the comment, but let's try to fix the lease amount. And if it escalates up some, that makes sense, but let's try to fix it and fix the date so that, I'm very concerned that in 10 years we could be without. In 10 years, that's a whole management change there. And on our side too.
If you go to the armor system you're talking about, it would be on the dike portion, where it keeps washing along just on the south side along the thing where the white caps come. If we do that, they might be agreeable to discuss the possibility of raising it 6 inches to 8 inches or something as well. And if they did that, their volume would go up and it would be a real benefit.
Yeah, I think they're
maxed out.
For the size that it is.
Yeah, they have a spillway on the very east side that dictates what the elevation is. So if we raise our side, which we want to do anyways, because what Brian was saying earlier, we want to raise ours up a little bit because what's happening is it's coming over and it's eroding behind what we have right now. So we need
They
to.
see that you're going to raise your side, they might want to try to raise their side as well.
yeah,
They
they
could.
like
And then it's
Yeah.
or the
volume is just dollar
white
signs.
caps.
Yeah. We do have some responsibilities though per the lease agreement for some maintenance of that shoreline. So we've been working with them. They have some concerns about how it's not very aesthetically pleasing right now, but it is stemming most of the erosion, but they have some concerns about some of the areas with erosion. So, but yeah, we'll try to get that all buttoned up before we.
If we can get that lease set up, then
Yep.
I'm good with what you're doing.
And again, this is something we would probably be looking to the pros committee to give us some thoughts about how the development out there would work.
And one comment Brian did bring up is that the timing for these improvements as the water's going down, this is the time for us to do them. So we're going to need to act on that extension or whatever that.
Absolutely.
We'll act on that first and then get that motivation going with the.
Good thoughts, Matt.
Yep.
Any other questions on the reservoir? Okay. We're moving so much faster than the road and utility projects. Poudre River Trailhead Park. This is the park adjacent to Walmart and Les Schwab Tire and Wendy's. This is a reservoir. It is maintained by the same reservoir company we were just discussing that owns Timnath Reservoir. We do have perpetual surface rights to this reservoir though, and this is a different type of reservoir for them. They use this as a attenuation pond sort of, where they put water in and out of this quite frequently as they're taking water in from other places and then releasing it at a scheduled rate. So this has a much better chance of staying full except for like extreme drought conditions. We did do a master plan back in 2014. Phase 1 was completed in 2016, which was the improvements that you see out there now. We did a small soft trail improvement out there in 2018. And then we do have some work planned for the fall and winter of 2020, spring of 2021, which is just really making that soft trail a full loop out to the Poudre River Trail and then increasing some of the fishing accessibility. It's really, we didn't talk about this in the reservoir a little bit, but this is CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, do stock this pond, and I have not personally fished it, but I do hear that it is tremendous fishing out there, and we do see a lot of people using that for fishing predominantly.
Are we not allowed to have boats there? I never see a boat on there.
You can have non-motorized boats out there, kayaks, stand-up paddle boards. belly boats.
Non-motorized because the town said that, or non-motorized because the reservoir company said that?
Well, it's sort of part of our agreement with the reservoir company. It's not.
What'd you say?
Yeah, there's no ramp, but there is, part of our agreement with them is that we would only allow non-motorized boating out there.
So we,
Does it make any sense when you're re-talking to ask about that? Say again.
I don't think the water body is a candidate for motorized. It's just too small.
Okay.
The electric motor things are allowed. Sorry. The electric motor stuff is allowed. I think that's about all that's appropriate for that size of lake.
So
I wonder if
trolling
people-
motors.
Yes.
Trolling motors. Okay.
Hey, do people know, I mean, this is the first time I realized that we could fish in it. Do people know that Timnath residents can fish in it?
Yes.
There's always people
yeah.
fishing and ice fishing.
Is there? Okay,
and-
great. Good.
And this one is open to the public, so there's no limitations on this one. So
They aren't going to come back and try to take our
they're
fish
not going to
away.
take it, no. And
Yeah.
And Walmart enjoys this one because people can go buy their fishing tackle and gear and then go straight over and start fishing. So
and then when they lose their lure, they can go back to Walmart and buy another.
And we did receive a GoCo grant on that for fishing in that area. Is that correct?
we applied for one. Was not successful.
Well, thanks for trying.
Yeah, we did.
We did get, I think we got funding from Seed.
It was a fishing is fun grant through the Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Okay. I knew there was some grant that we got for fishing.
Our project would have taken their entire budget, and they were trying to fund maybe 6 or 7 projects.
Oh, God.
There was a little miscommunication between their representatives and us about the scope of the projects being
Got it.
awarded. So general park development and general trail development, we're going to talk about those two together. We use these funds to make small improvements to parks that are kind of outside of the larger phase CIP projects. For example, general trail developments, we made a couple years ago, we made the connection between Old Town and Fairview Village that's on the PSD side of the road there, because there wasn't a sidewalk. So we saw kids walking to school with their parents in the road. So we wanted to make that small connection there. This year, we completed the sidewalk along Harmony between 5 and the bridge on the north side of the street. And then we also added another access point to the Poudre River Trail so that when the trail goes under 5, under the bridge there, it gets flooded out every year. It's kind of under the high water of the river. So we've got another connection now that's much higher in elevation so that we can keep that trail open all year round.
So Christine, you know where I'm going to go next is spinning off your prior comments. It would seem that, and maybe we should have, just like any business has, a capitalization policy. And if it's over 25 or 50 or whatever the number should be, it goes on this. But otherwise, we just throw it into the operating, just like you suggested previously on the other items. What's our capitalization policy? Oh. But I would think that we shouldn't be talking about park benches.
I'm good with that.
All right.
Moving forward, the next park on our list is the Wild Wing Park. So that's at the very beginning of our stages of park planning. When we did the survey 2 years ago, this was the lowest ranked park. So we did actually have the master planning kind of planned for that. Probably, I think it was in 2020, it was probably this year that we were going to be doing the master planning, but we pushed that out in the CIP based on those survey rankings. So now in that time between 16 and 18, there's a whole lot of residents that have moved in there. So I'm expecting that when we see the survey results come back this time, that we'll have probably a different priority list for this. I think this is going to kind of creep up and some other ones might creep down. And that's just the nature of development and getting people out there, and they want to see those things happening closer to them. There is, as you can see in the aerial, there is some improvements out there. The original developer of Wild Wing did install an irrigation system, a non-pot irrigation system out there. You can see it does irrigate the square, which is soccer fields, and then the north, which was originally planned as baseball. I think the fields on the south will probably remain in the master plan. I think we'll want to see what the residents up there and town-wide kind of feel about those dedicated baseball fields, or if that's a place where it might be better to have larger playground or some other amenities there instead of baseball. But that'll all kind of vet itself out through the master planning process.
Yeah, I know parking's always an issue there.
Yes, it is, and I think part of any master plan that would be out here is kind of revamping and increasing the amount of parking, especially if it's going to be the focal. Right now the primary use of this space is the soccer, Colorado Rapids youth soccer. So that's kind of drives all these parking problems. If this is going to remain that field for them, then I think we're probably looking at doubling the available parking out there. It's really the changeover between the games that they see where we see the most parking problems. But what happens is once that lot starts looking full, then people are looking elsewhere for parking, and they're parking in places that are.
It's helter skelter, and
Yeah.
hopefully that's where Aaron's group will have it. And I just made a note in my notes that this is one that we might say, what's something they need right away, so we at least help them, kind of deal. And parking in the bathrooms was the issue I always heard about.
Yep.
But parking was big, and it said that whoever comes in and parks first sort of decides the pattern of parking and everything. So that's one I would love to see Aaron's group, the Parks group, take after. Hopefully before we settle this budget, we can put some money down for parking.
Yeah, there's some challenges out there with the existing grades, but I think we can take some direction on that.
Yeah, mud.
Can you speak a little bit about, there's that house that's right there, that's by that temporary parking or that parking area. What's the deal with that? And are there plans or a use for that? I guess I don't really know what it's used for right now or what the future plans are.
So that house was deeded to the town as part of the park dedication. Right now, it's mainly used for storage. It's an older residential house. So to transition it into a commercial use or an office or something like that there's going to be a little bit of an investment there to bring it up to the codes required for that. We've kicked around a ton of options for that. I think that you want to talk about.
Yeah, I can talk. Yeah. So the Colorado Youth Rapids folks were looking for a more permanent or headquarters kind of a thing. They have a location over by off of Prospect in Fort Collins that they lease. And they thought that this could be an opportunity. However, there would be improvements that need to be made to it, as Brian mentioned, that would bring it up to code. So there is a cost challenge there, so to speak. If the town wants to invest a little bit, they're not necessarily willing to go the full way because they don't have the funds. It's a nonprofit organization. So if there was some partnership there, they would be open to that for sure. They do pay us for the lease. I can't remember what the number was. It's like maybe $3,000 a year to use the fields. It doesn't cover our costs at all at this point in time, but at least it's a drop in the bucket to help some of those costs at the moment.
So before we want to do something with the Rapids and before we start giving concessions to them, I'd sure like to know how many of their players are Timnath residents, because my experience with competitive sports like that is the kids come from all over Fort Collins, Wellington, Loveland even, and Timnath. If there's one player in Timnath and the rest are all Fort Collins, I don't see why we would be improving the parking lot, improving the building everything else. I think it's fine for us to rent it, and I think it's fine for us to let them improve it. And we give them a comparable lease like you would in any other business situation, but to be magnanimous on it without finding out how many Timnath residents are there isn't something I'm interested in doing.
Agreed. We actually had virtually that exact conversation with them. So they do have the numbers of kids that are Timnath residents. It grows every year as we get more kids involved. They want to do some more smaller kid Timnath focused activities. So they are trying to give back to the Timnath community in other ways, not necessarily monetarily, but in terms of their some of the services.
Fine
that
too,
they,
if they ran camps and stuff for,
Yep, for Timnath kids.
5-year-olds, I think that's fine.
Yep.
And something like that, but
And
a regular competitive, travel team that is using this space and taking off and has got kids coming all over northern Colorado, I'm not that interested in, not that I don't support them, but I don't think towns should be in a position of supporting them.
Agree, 100% agree. And that is they actually wanted to renew their lease with us not too long ago. And we had that virtually exact conversation, and they pulled back because they wanted an extension on the length of the lease and some other concessions, so to speak. And we said, well, we need these things on our side. And they said, well, let's put a pin in that. We'll stay with where we're currently at. So,
And I think you got to check them too. I mean, my experience, I've spent 20 years in competitive travel teams, and those coaches will change birth dates and everything else to make sure they get what they want. So,
no, those are fair points. But Lisa, to answer your question about the house, I mean, that is a facility there that it's getting older and older. It potentially becomes more of a liability to the town at some point, or it can become an asset. So there's a conversation there to understand what would need to go into it and what its ultimate use might be. And if it's not going to be that, or if there's no real, good view of what it is, then maybe we should remove it.
Raise it and
Yeah.
extend the parking lot.
Yeah. So those are some conversations that we'll need to vet out a little bit more.
Okay.
Perfect.
okay, go ahead.
Next one is the future 80-acre community park. So this is a long-range planning item. The original pros plan and then our updated pros plan both identified our next park acquisition as we should be looking at more of a sports complex, or the ability to have a sports complex. The need for this is quite a ways out in the future, but we wanted to just make sure that we're looking at what the requirements would be for something like this, and being able to identify how much space we need, what it looks like. We have 80 acres in the title. That's from the original pros plan. It could go, you see a park like this running from 80 to 120 acres. So just being aware of what the requirements are. The other thing is this potentially would be lit fields. So we want to make sure that we're messaging all of this. We don't, Wild Wing would not be a good candidate for lighting those fields. It's backing right up against residential. I think in adding those lights after people have already moved in there without knowledge of that is problematic. If this is something we're planning, we want to get way out in front of it and say, in 10 or 15 years, this is going to be the future home of this. So the money that we have in the CIP is really just for programming that, so we know what it looks like, and we can be aware of as opportunities may or may not present themselves, we can evaluate them against some criteria that we've already put together.
I'm a big fan of this. I know when I was down in the Denver area in Broomfield and they bought that big chunk of land, it's probably about 100 acres or more actually. And I remember thinking, what the hell are they buying this land for way up there? And now it's sort of in the middle of the town, and it's a real gem for them. So I see the need for some vision on this. It's again, sort of like water rights. If you wanted to 20 years from now, you might be thinking about it today.
Yep. And the other piece of this is we are collecting a specific impact fee for this acquisition. So developments that do not, they have a requirement to make a land dedication for community parks. Also, they have requirements for neighborhood and pocket parks. That impact fee, so if they don't develop it, that's going into a specific fund that would be used for this acquisition of the land purchase is what that money would need to be used for.
Can I suggest that if this is really going to be more of like a sports park, sports complex, that we just highlight that in the name, because it does say community park, but then in the description that you give, it talks about how it's a little bit different than a community park. So maybe put that in there so that people aren't expecting a community park like the ones we already have, and they'd be kind of expecting something different.
And just to clarify, we do have a parks impact fee. What Brian's referring to is a cash in lieu parks that's specifically for acquisition of future parks. So just to add a little clarification when you see that on the balance sheet.
Moving on to the next two projects are kind of, I would say they're more than kind of related. They're adjacent to each other. They walk hand in hand. And there's been a lot of discussion about it. We did leave the Park and Rec Center line item on the CIP, but we had been carrying I believe a $4 million number on that line item, and we actually have removed that. It kind of, this is, I think for us, this is falling into the wish list category. I think there's going to be, the rec center by itself, we've had a lot of discussions about how we're going to fund the police station. The rec center is going to be a very similar discussion, I think. Whether that's a public-private partnership with a developer, which was what was discussed originally in this location, or if it's something else entirely in a different location. I think, we want to study this a little bit and see kind of what the appetite is from the public. And I think some of that will come through either in our more global study, or maybe we have some specific outreach about that topic. And then I think it's going to be some decisions made by the council about when we want to prioritize this and what the vehicle for that coming to bear is. Their rec centers in general are highly, I don't want to say subsidized, yes. They're not, it's not a money maker, it's a money drainer. So there's a capital investment in that, and then there's an operational investment in that. So I think
The operational is just huge. I can't tell you how many times, when I was a tennis pro in college, I was asked to be part of like 4 or 5 different rec centers with tennis courts and stuff. Every single one of them were huge cash drains, just huge. And the only way they make sense is subsidized. Even the one here in Fort Collins that was run by Cliff Buckley, who was a great operator. That thing went bankrupt 3 times before he got it. And it just, and if you look, on our own town, I don't think the small little rec center right here is doing so hot. So I think it's, if you're going to plan on it, that'd be one thing you'd almost have to put into capital improvements, the operations of it, because it's going to be a huge cash drain.
Yeah, I think at that point, we would have a park and rec probably department with their own budget and staffing and things like that that would kind of, it's almost like it's just a new department that would be running that.
So I just want to voice one concern I have about taking that out. And I know we're doing another survey and that results could be different, but this was ranked as the #1 building that community members wanted 2 years ago. And the fact that we have built a town center, we're looking at building a police station. We have over $1 million for public works. I have some concerns about completely taking this off for the next 5 years based on feedback that we've gotten from the community. I know a lot of community members expressed concerns about, we said we wanted this, and instead the town went and did something that was #3 or #4. And so I don't know what that looks like, because I do think we need to be strategic, and I don't think we should just put up a building. But I would like to somehow reflect the fact that this is something that community members really said they wanted, and I'm not sure what that looks like. But I just want to throw that out there.
Let me say, I agree with that, but on the other hand, I also say, like in Harmony Club, my brother was under the gun for years to put in the clubhouse. And he kept saying, until our membership gets to the level that we can afford it, because we know we're going to still be a loss leader once it even comes on, it's not going to open up. And he's going to open up here within the next few weeks. But the rec center is the same kind of thing. And I know the survey was tilted very strong towards having a rec center because I know a lot of our kids and grandkids are using the rec center over in Windsor. Because I go over there every weekend and with the games and stuff being played. But I was also told that Eden had put in a new one and it's actually making money. So I couldn't believe that, but that's what we were told earlier.
I talked to the mayor of Eaton and we were talking about it, and I think it's an unusual case in Eaton, probably based on their proximity. There's really nothing else around, so their circle that they draw on is very large.
Right, and that's where we need to do our homework. I think we need to leave it on the list and have it there as priority, but say, and be honest with people, and it's the messaging, probably saying, until we achieve a level of 10,000, 12,000 people, it's very hard to say we're going to go forward with that, with the size of the revenue coming in and the lack of the commercial around us to be able to support it. But I think it's got to be on the list.
I would suggest as well, like keep in mind like how that question I think was asked on the survey. I mean, it was comparing it with police station, town hall, and rec center. Like, what do you care about the most? Like, our police department of, at the time was 8 officers, and who cares about the town hall and what the council gets to sit in? So when you're comparing against those two, I mean, obviously everyone's going to crank towards that. But if the town was told, like if we were, like Rick said, if we were just honest with people, like this is going to cost us $30 million and we're not going to be able to build roads for 10 years because of it, like, I certainly didn't have all the information about it when I'm sure I marked rec center on that as number 1. And so
that's why I want to make sure we look at the survey real close,
right.
Because when you put, here's what
give
you'd
good
like.
Context for.
Well, yeah, I take a Maserati and I'll take this and I'll take that.
Right.
But if it costs you this, it means you can't have this and this and this.
Yeah,
it's a different answer
so
for all of us.
If we tell people that the rec center is going to have to go back or whatever, that they at least can understand why, and it's not because I would prefer something else.
Do more of the visual, or not visual, it's a virtual. What's it called? I don't know.
Virtual?
Yeah, that's it. Deal where all of a sudden we hire somebody to help coordinate teams for the Pee-wees, for kickball, or yeah, they're waving at me. But for events that can go right out into the parks that we currently have.
Yeah.
If we have the fields T-ball and things like that, we'll need a rec director to organize the teams, but you're maybe talking about 2 or 3, 4 people seasonally, 1 year all annually.
Use the assets that we've already got, and I think that's even on the personnel list as having a recreational programmer of some kind.
I think some people would like that.
Yeah.
So is this a candidate for the wish list column, or do we want to put it in the 2025 year, like put it at the very back end of our current CIP?
My 2 bids is put 2025, because I think it's a little better than a wish list. But
yeah, I don't see it happening before 2025. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
So.
Well, one way you could put it is you could put a number in for next year just for planning purposes. Say, what sports can we maybe take care of the youth in this community without a building? Mm-hmm. And what would that entail as far as getting a staff person to help organize that? And maybe we just start out with 1 sport and 1 season and see what happens, kind of thing. So then you'd put in just a number, a placeholder number. That's not really capital.
I was going to say, I think this is very specific to recreation center.
Yeah.
So I think it would be either wish list or very far.
Or you'd put it into personnel.
When you get to the,
To say we'd like a person to start working to come up with a rec program.
Yeah,
When
so
we get to the
analysis-
personnel, we actually have, for next year, actually a rec coordinator person.
See, that's-
So we're
that's-
starting to think about those things, put somebody in that seat.
There will be.
start
some
talking
I'm excited
capital
about that.
because We're talking about lining the fields and maybe putting in 3 T-ball backstops somewhere out there.
I think that might just be me who's talking about that, but we'll see.
Me too.
Awesome.
Because you look at, the kids here aren't gonna get any younger. And right now, they don't have anything to do.
Yeah, so if it's an analysis, a study, an overview, we wouldn't stick it here. This is very specific to conceptual design, hard construction. So just depending, we'll take a look at that when we work through the Park and Rec's operating budget as well.
Okay, Timnath Ranch Park.
So this is the ground that surrounds that rec center site. Again, this is something that has not been master planned. I think we would look for some guidance on the pros to kind of where these priorities are going to rank. We had in the CIP, we had kind of tagged that up in 2022 with the kind of conceptual design of the rec center. So we'll take another look at that, and we'll get some information from the pros committee about how this maybe ranks against things like Wild Wing, as we get some feedback from the pros committee.
And the other thing to add to that, Brian, is as the development set kind of surround the rest of if you look at it looks like a peanut shape there. As development comes into the east and to the west of it, there's going to be a higher and higher demand for having some facility, some park green space so those people can go to, and that will start to put more pressure on that as well. So that's probably why that is why you're seeing this coming in, is because it aligns with some of those developments as they start to come up.
The last project on here is the Poudre River Trail contribution. So that is so we did participate. I'll let Matt, actually. This is Matt's baby.
Should we pause or should we keep going?
Let's take a break.
Yeah,
Okay.
5 minutes.
On that rec thing, we could even look at, is there a way to team up with where we had the retreat? And say, if we hire somebody, can they work with you and be guaranteed that we can have 300 kids a year go through?
I worked for like 5 years.
We took a 5-minute break. We took a 5-minute break.
You
I
could
said
do
even where you-
all of soccer,
you
all
were-
of
you were out of the
baseball.
room, but I said, somebody that coordinates where kids can sign up and go over there and be part of that.
We got, the thing, we got one of the best baseball fields behind Timnath Elementary in the whole northern Colorado.
What we should do before there's more development there is see what it would cost to put lights in.
Lights you hardly use at all.
Is that right?
I spent an inordinate amount of time when I was president of the Baseball Association in Fort Collins to put lights at Booter High School. They were hardly ever used.
Well, the Windsor Charter School right across the street has a park with 4 fields.
Is the Poudre River Trail contribution. This is as Brett was mentioning before, this is a committed thing because we have a grant. We have grant funding for this through GOCO and with our partnership with Larimer County and City of Fort Collins and Windsor. Each one of those entities is kind of running their own pathways, except for Larimer County in the town. We're trying to link up our contract so that when Larimer County is ready to go, our work, the town's work that is, would be assimilated into one big project and we would do it all. And if you look at the map, I mean, a lot of this, there's not much infrastructure improvements that the town really needs to make. There's some crosswalk improvements and signals and signage and a little bit of trail work, but it's not a huge project for the town. I put in here on the CIP, it's a $300,000 town commitment. However, 150,000 or 160, I think, is actually coming back from GOCO as a reimbursement. So it's, it shows that, and it's over a 2-year period. I just kind of wanted to put it in there for those couple of years in case it goes early or we want to push it a little later. We've got it over those couple of years. It's interesting when you look at the map there, it looks like a big zigzag because you go about a half a mile and you turn and you go a half mile in another direction, you go you stair step through town. Ultimately, we're looking at trying to move the trail closer to the river and be more of a direct route, but that'll come along with development as those county parcels would annex and bring something forward. We would push for incorporating a trail connection on their properties and try to figure out a better, more direct alignment. So this is kind of an interim thing, but it'll probably be for quite a few years in this condition. And it's a nice way, actually, as when that final trail does come into play, you have a couple of routes. And people that are in the neighborhoods can get on it and move through and not have to go all the way over to the main trail, so to speak.
Hey, Box Elder Storm.
Stop going to the meetings. No. Box Elder Stormwater Authority, on the list, I'm not sure why the asterisk disappeared on that line. It is specifically a TDA eligible project.
That's a good question. The asterisks are TDA projects that also the town is letting the contract. So since this is an IGA that the TDA has directly, is the IGA participant, that's why. But yes, it
I
is very
forgot
much
that
a
detail.
TDA project.
So this is a TDA directly funded project. Contract is directly with the TDA. The expenses that you see here are committed contractually to cover the loan that the Box Elder took out several years ago to build the improvements that resulted in the floodplain being removed from the Timnath area. They're the ongoing operational expenses for the project and the loan. The authority is set to sunset right now, I believe in 2027, when those loans are paid off. There is, just to make you aware, there is a groundwater mitigation project that is on the board that the authority has to do to resolve some groundwater issues that occurred out in the basin due to higher groundwater. Looking around $1 million project at the moment. The engineer, that's why there's more in it, the budget this year, because they have an engineer doing a study and coming up with design plans to run and get approved by the state. To fix that, to get out of perpetual augmentation issues due to exposing groundwater.
So how come it went 600 to 400?
The 600 in this year's budget was to cover the extra operational engineering expenses for all the engineering studies that are being done and designs being drawn. 400 is what they had projected as next year as the baseline. I did sit on an audit committee last week where they looked at their proposed budget. There will be an increase coming once they determine what the engineering project is and when they program that. I do not have those numbers and they were not in here.
What do they think it's going to be?
An overall of $1 to $1.5 million project. Split.
What's our share?
Quarter.
Well,
Over that.
so
term through
I'm getting
2027.
mixed up. So there's 400, 400, 400, 400, 400. And you just said 1.5, which is 400, let's say. I don't care. That's fine. That's close enough. So that's only 400. Why 400?
So there's an ongoing payment for the debt for the project that was already complete. So that's what is represented by the 400.
What's currently in here is our current obligation for the current project that was completed.
So
in the
that's
past.
our current. So actually the 1.5 you're talking about isn't in here yet.
Correct.
Okay.
I just sat on an audit committee last week where they presented that possible number and did not have time to update these numbers.
So this isn't, so Don, I had asked you about the dams and stuff, and I'm getting mixed up because I thought you said they did a study and there's hardly any costs that we'll have on Box Elder. And then I see quite a bit here. So what did I get confused on?
Okay, so go ahead, Eric. Is there something?
Just because I talked to him, that's why I directed it. to
No,
him.
that's fine.
And it's just after you and I talked about, they were going to the safety component where they were just going to, do the monitoring situation, which was going to be wildly less expensive. What changed?
There are completely two different projects and groups. There's the Box Elder Basin Region's Stormwater Authority, which is this, which is what built the East Side East Side, there's too many letters I'm throwing in my mind. The East Side Detention Facility that this obligation is to cover. Once this was completed, there is a different project out there called the Box Elder Dams that was completed back in the late 70s and 80s by North Poudre Irrigation Company and another entity I can't remember, who because of development in Wellington and downstream was notified by the state in the early 2000s that their dams no longer, they moved up in the hazard class. They were low hazard class dam, they're now high hazard class dam. And so that the spillways, they now have to pass a higher storm. There's been another, it's the same entities involved in that, but it's separate from the Box Elder Basin Region Stormwater Authority that this is. That is looking at what improvements would need to be done to those dams to satisfy the state in what is required. Year and a half ago, those were very big numbers that scared everybody. The state in 2009, end of last year, came up with new dam safety requirements where they actually look at the probabilities of a flood damaging the dam and looking at it, what is the probability? And because these are dry facilities, does it really make sense to spend $5 million on a dam that has a very low probability of ever failing? And because of that, they are now recommending that we may be able to fix these hazard classification issues with just rainfall monitoring and alert notification systems. And that's what they're working with the state to decide right now. That takes it from.
So which number is that? What you're talking about, is that the stormwater improvements, or is that the authority?
That we could fit under, I believe, the regional stormwater improvements. It is not even in here because the group has not come up with any, it's in a study phase and has not been pulled in the capital improvement project list.
So the improvements here are just a guess on.
The regional stormwater improvements were just a placeholder
Okay.
to resolve as a different category, regional drainage improvements that are needed in the Timnath area, particularly as we move north along the Prospect corridor, really north of 40, there is no regional drainage conveyance. And that's to help as areas develop to come up with those, to oversize the Lake Canal, to oversize the
When's the
T-Rig.
400 leave?
The 400 in the first line?
Well, we've got 600, 400, 400, 400, 400. How long, how many years?
Through 2027 is
Okay,
when the
thank you.
authority sunsets, is its current projection.
Wait a minute, just so you got, what number, were we talking about the continued costs associated with this GUR? The continued costs associated with the authority not to be dams issue? No, the million that Mark was talking about.
The 1,000,005 you mentioned.
The 1,000,005 is the groundwater.
It's a groundwater issue. Okay. I came in late.
Anybody have any else? All right, let's move on. KM.
So those are the continuing and final payments for the KM North and KM South farms that are contractually required.
Is that on a loan?
Is it a loan or it's just we're just paying them? It's an agreement, yeah. Yeah.
Why would we have an agreement if we're
I don't
not
think we
paying
have
it?
I don't think we have a third-party loan. I think
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So we have a loan, when we bought the property, we have a owner carryback that we're paying interest and principal on.
Last one is the school reserve fund, and that is what we're collecting at every building permit on behalf of the school, that when we get to an IGA with the school, we will release that money. And so this is showing in 2020 as anticipation of getting an IGA with them. So that is just a fund that we've established to store that money that we collect for the school.
And that's a flow through. We got
Yes.
one money on one side and we throw it out to the other.
Yep, exactly.
All right, thanks.
Let me ask you a question, just budgeting wise, on this community vision projects, the two farms, if we have those listed, and those are just debts that we have as far as properties that we bought, why wouldn't we have the three houses listed? We pay cash for those, so there's no,
Yeah.
but there's also carrying costs every month or.
You mean as far as just operations, maintenance of those
Yeah.
facilities? Yeah, those would be in the
I know
operating
on
budget.
Today's check register, we've got another bill from the management company, $1,200 or something again for those.
Right, right. So we have a separate operating maintenance budget in general government that has facility maintenance. When we purchased those properties, those were on the CIP, but since they were purchased 100% cash, they're not on this CIP since this is prospective. So these are still future payments due. That's why these particular ones are on here.
Where will I find those then in the budget? The carrying costs on those.
The maintenance, under general government, under municipal facilities, operations, repairs, maintenance, ongoing cost. I'll show it to you if you want to during the break on the financial statements.
So I think you guys are done, right? All right. Wes, so I'm trying to see how we're doing with our
Yes, sir. So-
time. Lisa keeps asking all these questions, so I've got to
If you'll,
figure out how to cut this
no.
down.
If you'll indulge me, Mayor.
Yeah, please.
It's, we might want to, just because staff will be looking for some direction, it's, with your permission, I'd like to tackle next the options for paying for the new PD facility. And
Okay.
then we can talk about personnel. And then the other ones, the preliminary 5-year cash, because you guys have helped us organize and reorganize your CIP list, that's going to probably change significantly. So your fund balance numbers that we're going to look at. So I just propose we bring that back to you once we've had a chance to,
I think that's
to update
excellent.
the CIP. And then maybe some discretions around unrestricted fund balance at the very end, if we have some time. Again, if we need to, we can bring that back. But I'd like to at least tackle the options for payment and at least the personnel piece. I think the personnel, or no, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. So I stand corrected. So options for payment, unrestricted fund balance, and then personnel in that order as we have time. So.
Okay, so it actually goes up. 1,
Yes,
2,
sir.
3.
Right,
Okay,
yes, sir.
that's
Right,
fine.
Right. Okay, thank you. Do we need a break or is everybody good? Just,
I think we took that 5-minute break a few
perfect.
minutes ago, so.
we'll dive in. Thank you.
We're going to tab 6.
Yes, thank you. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, we actually tackled and gave the council a pretty a robust update on where we were with the police facility. At that time, we told the council we would come back to you and simply list through what we had come up with as options for how to finance and or pay for this facility. So we've got a list in front of you. There's about 5 options on there. I'm going to ask Christine just to walk briefly through those. And then we're looking for council discussion. What's your input, direction? It may be easier. Sometimes it's actually easier just to start whacking them off the list as opposed to, and then just kind of vet up through there and let us know what your preference is and how you'd like us to, or what other information you need to make a good decision. So Christine?
And I should preface it by saying when staff put together these options, we didn't make any presumptions.
Yeah.
We just kind of threw all of the potential options, the ones obviously readily identifiable. So I trust that council had a chance to read this schedule or matrix that we pulled together with 5 main options. And what we did was then we listed some of the more apparent advantages and disadvantages, pros and cons. So I'm not going to necessarily go through them, but you can see each of the options. For example, does council have an interest in paying 100% cash? Obviously, if council wanted to move forward with that, that's going to obviously impact maybe other decisions as it relates to CIP, et cetera. The second options were issuing certificates of participation, what was done with this building. So that would be a lease purchase agreement. Those annual rental payments or principal and interest would be subject to annual appropriation. So the town would not need to have voter authorization to do that, since that's not considered constitutional debt. There's obviously advantages and disadvantages to certificates of participation. Option 3 was, while the TDA is still in existence through 2029, potentially looking at borrowing additional funds, that is the TDA. The TDA does not need to have an election. That's one of the advantages of a URA. So that would free up some funds. Otherwise, for example, Rick had noted when he added up the CIP, all the TDA projects over the 5-year period, that was $30 million. Well, if we had the TDA issue more indebtedness, you have those property tax TIFs that you're going to continue receiving through the term of the URA. That could be used, and then it could free up general fund money. So there's some advantage of doing that. That's why we threw that as an option on the table for council to potentially consider. Option 4, obviously you don't need to borrow all the money. Maybe it's a hybrid. Maybe it's putting a cash deposit or payment down and borrowing some. Obviously, once again, it's just like purchasing a home. The less you can borrow, that's obviously going to have advantages. So that's option number 4. And then option number 5 is going out for an election to ask the voters for, it could include both asking them for debt authorization. So right now the town does not have any voter approved debt. So going out, asking the voters for that, and that could concurrently be an election ballot question that would also ask for potentially maybe a sales tax increase of 0.25% that sunsets. That's very specific to the PD facility. Once again, staff didn't make any presumptions that council wouldn't be interested. We wanted to put all of the options on the table. So I went through that quickly. You can see in the memo that we wrote up a couple of things. One, we'd like to get council's reaction and have a discussion. Are there any options that I just went very quickly through that council has no interest in pursuing? Because that kind of helps staff and guides us.
Let's do this. Can I
Sure,
take
absolutely.
now? Thanks, Christine.
Yeah.
So what I think I'm going to do is just say, what options do you think you'd like to further discuss? Not necessarily even go, but just further discuss. And then once we get it corralled, we talk a little bit. So I'm going to start with you, Lisa.
Sure, I would prefer to look at 2, 3, and 4.
2. Just a second. I'm going to keep track here.
I'm not saying I wouldn't think about the others, but that's my initial
Okay.
preferences.
Rick.
Option 1, pay 100% cash. And again, we don't know what this is going to cost yet. Option 2 could be discussed. No, entirely on option 5. And then we talked about there should be an option 6 if we put this in phases and pay
Well, that's what they have on partially financing.
partially.
4 is what you just said.
Even if we build it in phases, we still need to.
Are you asking if we paid one way for the first phase and paid a different way for the second phase? I think we're mostly talking about just the first phase right now.
Yeah.
If we were to do phase, if we
The
decide to do
only
that.
one I take off then is 5.
Okay. Brett.
Yeah, I'd take off 5. Nothing else. I hate the idea of delaying construction by an additional couple of years. So yeah, I'm fine discussing 1 through 4.
Aaron.
I would agree with Lisa on 2, 3, and 4. I mean, we can discuss 1. It's certainly not my favorite option. 2, 3, and 4. I don't like 5 just for the sheer fact of the delay of a couple years.
Okay. And the only option I want's 1. And we won't talk about reason. We'll go as we talk. So it looks like we threw out 5.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Lisa, you want to comment? I'm going to let everybody make a comment on why they chose the options they did.
I can say why, I'm open to some of the others. The reason I would not prefer number 1 is particularly during these times. I think it's important for us to maintain a certain amount just for those emergency reasons. And it's kind of like, just because I'm not speaking for myself, but like just because somebody could pay for their house outright doesn't mean they want to, because they want to have certain level of reserves. And so that's the reason I didn't do that. The others, I'm just I mean, I'm open to the discussion part. And then since number 5's already been eliminated, I don't need to say anything on that one.
Okay. Rick?
Sake of discussion, I would go with option 1 and I'd cap the project at 8 million.
Any other comments? Okay. Brett?
So I guess question on option 4 there, Christine. So partially financing the PD facility. Where does that financing come from if we're not asking the voters for it?
We'd be looking at doing, whatever that amount was, $5 million of certificates of participation, a lease purchase agreement. So not doing all of the amount, whether it's 8 million, whatever that number ends up being.
I didn't realize you could do a COP on part of the building. Is that?
The building would still be collateralized, but
Oh.
Robert, do you want to speak to that? We wouldn't necessarily need to borrow all of it per se.
So it'd be effectively paying off a large chunk of the debt early after we've given them collateral for the whole building. Okay. So it's like option 2, but with a big down payment. Is that kind of, okay. 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 Okay.
Let me on to that. Then why couldn't you use partial funds out of TDA?
Sorry, I keep on turning myself off. We don't think that the PD facility should be viewed as a TDA project. Obviously, depending on where it's eventually built, even within TDA boundaries, it'd be far-fetched to say that that would fall within the definition of what a URA, the purpose of a URA is. And Robert could definitely speak to this, and I know he's reached out.
That's a financial decision or a legal decision?
It was a legal decision, and I know that Robert reached out to bond counsel as well. Yeah, viewing that as a TDA project, and that's why certificates of participation would be the financing tool if we did some cash, some borrowing.
So option 3 would use a COP of some kind, or the additional loan proceeds?
No, that would be actually allowing the TDA to issue more TDA loans and then taking the $30 million. And I know I'm using these, that amount's going to change, obviously, just based on direction we got earlier. But instead of using unrestricted fund monies or impact fees, then we could utilize these additional TDA loans for these TDA projects. So it's just moving money around.
Okay, so it'd be using the TDA loan proceeds to pay for other TDA projects, and then shifting money out of those projects to pay for.
That's right. That's right. So let's just say, just for a simple example, if council said, you know what, we'd like all of these $30 million of TDA projects on the CIP, well, we only have 12.5 million of unused loan proceeds. So we would have to come up with the rest of it, 17, 18 million dollars, if you will. Some of that's going to be unrestricted cash. So option 3 is just kind of moving money around. And the TDA does have the ability to issue more loans, whether or not that's an option, obviously for council to decide. So it's just moving money around.
Okay. And then, yeah, I guess as far as comment goes, I mean, yeah, option 1, I mean, I considered, I'd want to know kind of what we're looking at as more of our final budget. I am a little concerned about, a number like 8 million being a little on the low side, just comparing to what other towns have done. I think Erie was around that amount from the presentations I recall, and they ran out of space within a few years, and I feel like that's aggressive. And then, yeah, just the other financing tools, it'd just be a matter of having to run the numbers and see what makes sense. But yeah, those are my initial comments.
Aaron?
I'm not in favor of number 1 because I think we could either get certificates of participation or do number 3, which would be freeing up some of that revenue, or number 4, at rock bottom rates, if we were able to refi that current TDA loan to a lower rate with interest rates where they're at, if that was possible, and then wrap up some extra money in that to free it up, so then we could pay cash for the police department. I would definitely consider that, because that extra cost, if we were able to get a lower rate, that extra funds that we could get may not be that much difference in our payments. I don't think one is a great option, because we have, as we can see, going through our CIP, 5-year CIP, there's a lot of projects coming up. We don't see any anticipation that we're going to slow down in growth. And if we don't get ahead of some of these transportation projects, we're gonna have problems. And I'm not against COPs. If we're a younger town, just like a younger couple buying a house, they don't have the cash to spend to get into their house, because they have other needs as well. And I think that's the way where we're at as a town as well. And I think that we could afford to do that through COPs or the other TDA options.
Okay. Guess what? We disagree.
We already know that.
So the one thing I found out in talking to most of the residents in Timnath is they're adamant, no more debt for the town, adamant. And people think, well, you know, Sukup won an election. I didn't win the election. What won the election was the fact that I went around and said, no more debt. And that's what won. It wasn't anti-Jill, it wasn't pro-Mark, it was anti-debt. And for us to do the exact opposite of what I was directed to do when I was running for mayor, and I thought how Brett got elected also, was that we were on a live within your means platform, which I think by not paying 100% cash, we aren't. Now I hear there's a couple things involved here. First off, what if we need the money and we put it all into the building? Well, we could go get a mortgage. There's nothing that prevents us from getting a mortgage later on if we need the cash. If we find out that we absolutely need this road, or if we find out we absolutely need this other building, we can always use the police department for collateral. If it has 0 interest, we can go borrow 80% of it in no sense at all. Certificates of deposit, and I'm not going to try to be mean-spirited here, but I think it's an underhanded way to avoid Tabor. Tabor was designed to prevent governments from borrowing and raising revenues without voter approval. And the COP allows that, allows you to go around without a vote. I mean, if this council wanted to borrow money, the only one I see that's appropriate is 5. And it concerns me that 5 was totally eliminated because we would need to get voter approval. If you don't think that the voters would approve a debt, then we shouldn't be looking at 2, 3, and 4 if we're representing them.
Mark, the comment from all three of us.
I can talk, and then you can talk after, all right? So, I didn't interrupt you. Okay, just a sec, I'll let you, go ahead, turn on your thing.
We all said and agreed, the reason we didn't want it is we did not want the delay.
Did not want.
The delay in the construction of 1 to 2
Okay.
years. Because with asking.
Then I'll stand corrected.
With asking the town for debt, that would mean we would have to ask that next November, a year and a half from now, or a year and a quarter from now.
I'll stand corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for correcting me. But staying on that, we could easily do cash and then go to voter approval if we thought we needed it. We've got the cash. When we see the amount of cash, I've already done the math. When we see the amount of cash, we see the projects that have to be done. There's plenty of money left over, plenty of it. And so we could go ahead and build with cash, ask the voters, would they approve a debt? And if they do, they do. And I'm 100% for having the voters approve a debt. What I'm not for is having a debt without voter approval. And so 2, 3, and 4 immediately go away for me because I think we are not being good stewards of what we are elected to do. Now, that's my opinion. I get it. So 2, 3, and 4, I can't support. 1, we have the money. We can't, when we finally lay out what's there, we can do it. And so for that reason, I'm for number 1, with the full knowledge that we could go 2 different ways with it. 1, ask for voter approval later and fund it, or 2, to, if we ever need more money because of an emergency, because sales tax goes down, whatever, we've got an asset we can borrow from, and we're able to sit there and do it. That's enough.
If I'm paying cash, I look at everything then. I don't overspend. I try to be very careful. And that's why number 1 appeals to me, because I think we have a tendency here to, like on this building, where all of a sudden when we're building it, we're running over budget and we decide we're going to do wood instead of some of the other things we were going to do. I just see it, we've got to agree on a number that we want to spend. And by saying we're going to pay cash, I think it'll make us do our job of prioritizing and budgeting and finding out what things can wait a while and what is our priority. And the police station's our priority at this point.
Go ahead, Lisa.
So I kind of feel like we can do both. I think we can put a cap on what we want the police station to be. I don't think we're required to pay cash in order to do that. I think as a council, we can say we don't want to spend over X dollars on this police department. I also don't feel like taking out COPs or a loan says that we're living above our means. I have a mortgage on my home. I can pay my monthly mortgage bill and very much feel like I'm living within my means, even though I have that payment. So I don't think by taking out some of these other options, it's saying that we're living above our means. I also think that when you talk to community members and they say we don't want debt, I don't necessarily think that everybody has all the details of what is needed in order to build that. I think what they're saying is we don't want you to spend more money than we're capable of spending. That's how I take it when they say that. And so I think if we had a reasonable cap on what we think should be spent and we have a means of paying for it, that we're paying our monthly debt, we're paying that off, I think most community members would be very understanding of that.
You want to say anything?
I would just like to add, I mean, the police station for me is very high priority. I know I definitely heard a lot of people talk about how they are concerned about traffic and infrastructure, and I don't think we want to put ourselves in a position where we can't address that as well. I mean, and in that sense, I kind of like a little bit of the option for 3, something like that does allow us to minimize the amount of debt we'd be taking on, but also putting up a bit of our own cash, and that might help us with the mentality of trying to limit keep the costs down. I don't love putting the whole thing on a COP either. I'm just not in love with that, just from a principle. And it would be my preference that, yeah, we had the town weigh in on it, but this project's been pushed so far down the road that we've got to get the police department a building, and we can't delay the construction on that by multiple years while we kind of twiddle our thumbs on it. So those are some of my thoughts on it.
That's correct. And so just to remind the council, when that was underwritten, Compass ensured that the TIF property tax between now and 2029 would be more than sufficient. They used extremely conservative absorption or build out numbers. In fact, they took Matt and Kevin's very conservative numbers and they have that basically. So while yes, there is outstanding a large amount that the TDA has that will be paid from the TIF property tax that we're collecting. Correct. Right. So I can't speak to the asterisks, those I mentioned to you at the committee, if those were there, those were typos. As far as the sweep that Rick, just make sure, because I know it's a lot of information, we certainly want to make sure that you have the information to make the best decision for the town. This transfer from the TDA to the town last year of about $5 million, that represents the town's sales tax that the town told the TDA when it was formed, you could have a portion of our sales tax. So if you look at the 2019 TDA sales tax TIF, it was in excess of 5.4. And so really what's happening is that cooperation agreement permits the town to take back its sales tax that otherwise it would be getting. And after the URA expires, just to remind the council, that sales tax right now, it's a TIF, 82% is recorded by the TDA. That will just be recognized and recorded by the town at 100%. So the town will not lose that. That will not expire or go away. So I know I've maybe mentioned that a few times, but I just want to make sure. I know it can get confusing. That sweep back is really the town's sales tax that otherwise belongs to the town anyway. But the town said, we're going to make available to you, the TDA, another source of revenue, because the only other source of revenue the TDA has is the property tax TIF, and that is based on development. So as you can imagine, those first few years when the URA, the TDA was organized back in 2004, there really wasn't much of an increment from property taxes because you've got to build a tax base. And that's why the town said, we'll give you a portion of our 3% sales tax. So any questions on that? Yeah, I wasn't here when.
What reimbursement? Okay, so if you're talking about TST and the three categories of dollars that we get, basically, that reimbursement component. Well, I'd like to explain this if I can. The reimbursement is not, it's what the town, when all these projects come through, they come through and they have to get reviewed by town staff. And the way the code reads, all the developments pay that review. They pay the cost of that review. And that's our cost to the town that then gets passed on to the developers that are processing a development through the town. So it's reimbursable to the town. Town pays us. Town then invoices the developer. Developer pays the town. That's the reimbursement we're talking about. And that's forever. Well, it's not forever for a development. It's only the developments that are processing, that's got a project to be reviewed in the town. Once the development is built out, obviously they don't have anything going through. They don't incur any bills.
Okay, I want to go back, Brett. I want to clarify something on the town. So, first off, you're concerned that we put off the police department. I've run the numbers. When we get them back, I'm sure it'll verify it, that we can still do the main priorities that are here and cash pay for the police department. Now, and that's assuming that the whole police department's done in 2021, which won't happen. It'll be it's probably will it be done June of 2022 when it's finally probably complete? Pardon?
You're talking about the police station.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're only going to be 2/3 into it by the time that comes. November, we could run an election. Year and 2 months from now. At that point, we can get direction. Here's my concern. The prior council believed that the town would be all over a sales tax increase because it wouldn't hit, and it got defeated pretty soundly. And as I was going along with that too, people were adamant that, hey, this is the second time we voted for something and we told you no. That's my concern, okay? And that's the solution too. We don't, if we find out that the town comes back and says, hey, go borrow, we'll be able to borrow it with cheaper money, and that muni bond, a bet for a $9 million muni bond compared to a $9 million COP, the cost savings will be somewhere between $100,000 and $300,000 per year. So do we go out and overspend 100 to 300 solely because we can't wait to have my concern is that we can't wait to see if the town would vote it or not. That's my concern. Okay.
I mean, I'm supportive of the idea of if we're going to go into debt that we have an election. I have no issue with that. In fact, I prefer that. I think for me to seriously consider the cash option with the leaving ourselves the flexibility to take some financing later, is I would need to see how the hard numbers work out. I mean, I look at our budget here, the forecasted budget, and in 2024, we're looking at a negative on the unrestricted funds. I know that includes every capital improvement project and we're cutting stuff out, but I'd want to just see how those numbers work out in terms of what projects we had to cut that allowed us to get to this 100% payment. I mean, if we were just having to cut some stuff around the edges, then that would make some sense to me if we're not depleting our reserves. But so I think it's an option that's worth having the staff work a little bit. And,
I agree.
And if nothing else, we need to be able to sell to the public on why we wouldn't do cash if it looks like it's not a good idea for the reasons that you mentioned.
And what I'd like, Wes and Christine, is the budget you gave us was a very conservative budget. In fact, it's showing tax revenues less this year than last year, which we know for a fact won't be the case. And so I'd like to have a, I don't know if realistic's the right word, but a budget that is the higher side and one that's with the lower, which is the one you gave us. And I don't have any problem with looking at a conservative budget by any means, but where it's affecting people's votes here, I think it's important that they see that, hey, that's the lower side, here's the higher side.
And I'm glad you brought that up. So on tab 5 that the mayor's referring to, these preliminary cash flow, it does appear that taxes are lower. But the reason for that is one of the main sources of tax revenue in that category is use tax on construction materials. So as we're taking a look at your build out schedule, if there's less that's going to be built in comparison to another year, that's obviously going to have a big impact. But as far as sales taxes, property taxes, all of those I think are built with not aggressive assumptions, but very reasonable assumptions. So maybe providing some of that detail so that you understand why there might be ups and downs in some of these categories. But that's the reason why, for example, when you look at 2021 taxes, that's less than 2019 actual. It's because of that use tax on construction material, which is pretty significant when you look at those dollars.
And I think you based it on a projection that, correct. What would be interesting is how many houses from January to June were built in 2020 and how many were built in 2019 and see if the projections you use for use tax match up with that.
Yeah, and that's a great question. And that's in the finance report. Just if council is interested in knowing now, hold on just a second. And by the way, sales taxes, we just ran the June remittance because this is something we look at very closely. In June, our June this year in comparison to last year, we're ahead. There was an increase of about 12.2. And so year to date, for the first 6 months in 2020 in comparison to last year's January through June, we're at 17% ahead on sales taxes.
How much hard dollars is that?
I'd have to go back. I don't have that number in front of me. Let me go back and provide that.
All right. Does anybody else like anybody else? Go ahead, Lisa.
I guess my question is just, I know we're not voting tonight, so we're not deciding on anything. And just based on some of the conversations that we've had, I know we eliminated number 5, but I guess it would be like, are we eliminating more or are we having them look at all of those to provide us that extra information?
So if I could, and once again, I'm just throwing out options. I don't have a preference. I do think there are some that have better advantages, but number 5, I did hear several of you mention the delay, and that's true. We can't go out to election this year. It'd be next year. One of the nice things, though, if council should decide to do that, is that in the meantime, if we decided to pay cash, use up our reserves, if we went out to an election, we had a successful election, whether that's borrowing money, whether that's increasing revenues, whether it's one or the other, both, obviously all to be vetted and decided by council. We would keep track of all of those costs because if we had a successful election and we did borrow money at a low interest rate, then we could basically use those proceeds from that financing and replenish our unrestricted cash. Mm-hmm. So just want to make sure that you understand it's not a one or the other. Barring that we had a successful election, we could just repay ourselves, if you will. So I just want to make sure council.
That's basically what you're proposing, Mark, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's exactly right, Brett. Okay. So, I mean, if one doesn't pass, I'd like to go to 5. Because it saves money.
Sure.
And is that something, I just want to throw that out here, I know Kim's here, is the survey question maybe tailored? Is this a priority enough that you would be supportive of a November 2020? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
that's something to
That's
consider.
a good idea. And then
Because
we
if
have a
you-
preview of what that might look like. and what
Absolutely.
people want.
Because if it's supported, then at least it gives you, maybe a feel for it, whether or not you want to even consider an election
Yeah.
in 2021.
Yeah, there was one
Go ahead.
question.
Oh, do you have a question, Lisa?
No,
Oh.
no, something she said. And I wanted to.
I was wondering if there was another option that we wanted to eliminate. I heard a couple comments about not being very supportive of the certificates of participation. So I didn't know if that, I'm
So
sure,
let's-
I'm sure if we.
Let's
if we
start,
can
let's start
eliminate-
over then. We had a discussion and stuff, so let's just go down. So Lisa, let's go this way this time. Lisa, which ones should we delete according to you?
1 and 5 at this current time.
Okay. Okay. Rick? Brett?
Yeah, I delete 2 and 5 is the starting point, but I'm open to the 5 after the 1, if that makes sense.
All right. Aaron?
I'm with Lisa. Well, I would consider 5 if we get good results from the survey and that things are looking like, okay, there's some support for this. But I would hate to head down that path and then end up regretting it later.
Okay. So which ones would you delete, if any?
Oh, 1 is the only one I would delete.
So,
But I do have one question if I could just.
Absolutely.
So the other thing is here, we're talking about paying cash for a building that we don't even have any idea what it's going to cost for yet. So until we have that number in mind, I think it's going to be very hard to make this decision. Because I think picking an arbitrary number out of the sky and trying to expect that we're going to be able to make a police department out of that, to me, is not realistic. I think we need to be looking out there. We need to be doing these tours of Firestone, Frederick, Erie, Windsor, and seeing what they did. I have a feeling that through this process of looking and that education experience, we may have a different view on what is necessary and what is not necessary. Right now, it's a little bit more arbitrary, and I think that there's got to definitely be more research along with it before we can make an informed decision. And then once we have that number, then I think we'll have a little more guidance on how we're going to pay for it.
So in answer to your question, Christine, I don't think we have any consensus at all to give to the staff. I think all 5 are in play.
So a couple things, if I could
Wait,
mention.
just a sec though. I'm going to give it back to you, but just give me
Absolutely.
a minute. So I do agree. So the second question is what should the cost of the police department has? And I think you well stated the whole thing there, Aaron. We don't have a good point of reference. We haven't seen anything. We haven't been on a tour of anything. We haven't seen any kind of computations of it. Up to this point, who's designing this is the designers and the architects who are always have the highest price of any building if you start with them. And so I think if none of us, me included, and I built 30 or 40 office buildings, have a good feel of what this thing should cost. And I think we need to see what other stations are, what it costs, and do that. So barring that, I don't think we can give direction at all as to a cost for the police department. I mean, I think we're all, if we took a stupid poll here where we don't have any knowledge, I think you'd end up with 8 to 12.
So Mayor, let's do this, and just a couple comments, and now let Christine hop in behind me real quick. So I'm going to stay at the high level. I'll let her stay at the where the real branch takes is the lower computation number. So why don't we focus on, we have a committee that's going to meet. In fact, I think we have a confirmed Friday conversation going on. So the committee that works in the public safety part with the design team, the council liaison, staff, et cetera, we'll do a deep dive starting, well, we're going to introduce it Friday. We're going to set up site tours. We're actually hoping to get at least one in before you have to go out. but, and then for all of us to educate ourselves about what we're up against. And then I think as we now take back what you've given us the first part of this budget session and to kind of to Brett's point and refine what the CIP is going to look like, as we refine on the internal side, our operations, we'll be able to come back with a better cash flow and start looking at some of the reserve numbers that several of you mentioned about what's just that impact. I think that gives us a baseline. And at that point, then we can then kind of tackle this thing one more time. This is a preliminary swing, but some of you may change your opinion or have some more insights or struggle with or come to some clarity with based on what we've got thus far with your site tours and with what your reserve funds are going to look like over the next 60-ish, 90-ish days. Is that a fair observation, so we don't have to pin ourselves into a box?
If you could give us that Excel spreadsheet that I suggested, that it'll help all of us
Sure.
understand the money we got available.
Okay. Right. Christine, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
My only concern with that is, just keep remembering on the town center, we went to the folks out there in the committee and said, this is the $6.6 million. That was our cap within months. Watched it just start growing. 7, 7, 2, 7, 5, 9, and I don't know what it ended up on. My concern is to make sure you're aware of the fact that running it, this person wants it capped as low as possible. And I still want to have a good police department when we're done. And I also know that if there's no restraint on the people that are driving the show, it just seems to grow up pretty fast because the architect, oh, we got to do this. And the police chief will do his job and he'll say, can we blow out this wall or do this? There should be some thing where we say, what is realistic? If it's 8 to 12, I hope it's closer to 8. Some of you might hope it's closer to 12. I don't know.
Well, and it could be at some point where, and we're struggling with this internally, we did this morning as well, where we say, and I'm just picking a number, please, just for the sake of conversation. Hey, so what does a $10 million building buy us? And what have we included? But equally important, what have we had to set aside? And is everyone, the design team, the staff, but more important, the council, are they comfortable with, I just used the 10, but if we're at a $10 million building, this is not just how many square feet, but this is what we put in. There's only one conference room, we had to eliminate the emergency operations center, or we didn't, we got that in, or what, and there's a real clear articulation of what's in it and what's been excluded. And then we can all then say, we're comfortable with this as a phase one. And then subsequent to that, other phases can, or we're not comfortable with that. We can still eliminate something, or no, we don't. We have to add something back in. So it's gone, it went from 9 to 10 or whatever that looks like. But it as a part of our conversation on Friday, we're going to begin to lay that groundwork a little bit to talk about that.
I-
Tell us what we'll get, and then see what we're leaving that maybe we add in, or what we can take out. Because you're looking at other phases, and if we put it on the right side, it's expandable. If we do what you talked about before, making sure the generators are big enough. The generators are big enough to take another 30% growth on the building itself. To figure out those costs and current dollars, we know what we've got. So at some point, we're gonna have to come up with a number, because you can't just walk out. I know many times you just have to have a number and then let somebody convince you.
I agree, and that's why I think Aaron's suggestion of, hey, get us to visit some of these places and know the numbers and see what's there and stuff is real important.
Again, I think we can hopefully, with your schedule permitting, I know you have regular lives, but with your schedule permitting, we can hopefully have at least one, if not 2 sites before you actually go out and have to go out. That also gives us a chance, the committee, a chance to start struggling with, do we start plugging a 9 or a 10 or 11? And what does that start to get us out of that or not get us out of that as well? So I don't think these are either or. I think we can run these conversations concurrent.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we could do both. We look at police stations, what they initially cost. And then I do think we can do what Wes and Rick, what you're saying is say if what we find is that the average had cost 10,000, we can say, okay, what would 8,000 get us? What would 10,000 get us? What would 12,000? And just use that as a base figure, but then also do that to see what we want to cap it at. I'm definitely not opposed to setting some kind of a cap. I just don't know what that, I would have no clue right now what that would be. So.
And we can bring you alternatives. Yes. Right. Yeah, I think between 17 and 18, yeah. Yeah, no, I think, and I think some of these you'll go to and you'll go, oh, wow, we definitely have to have this, but I would agree with Rick. I think there'll be others we go, well, we may need it, but not in phase one. This could be a phase two part that it could come subsequent to this. And so I think hopefully that we'll be able to, all of us, educate ourselves to what's critical. Because I think we've all agreed, if I may speak for you, that we're going to phase this thing. So if we're going to do that, I think then what's critical for phase one and what then sets us up for a successful phase two. And I think there's just a little bit of legwork on that. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to summarize, and you guys correct me if my summary is wrong, is we're giving no direction on funding.
It happens. It happens. It happens.
And we're giving no direction on a cap on the police station.
It happens too. I'm 0 for 2.
So now,
don't give me 0 for 3.
Christine, I stopped you on something earlier. Did you go ahead?
Yeah, just a couple of things. And the next agenda item also is going to play into obviously understanding how much the building is going to cost is, obviously something that needs to be figured out. But then how much of a reserve do we want? Because that's going to play into. So we'll talk about that. Now, the two things I was going to mention. Number one, by the way, Mayor, your earlier question, how much was that 12%?
Yeah.
$86,000.
So if we had a couple 20s and stuff like that. So over 6 months, we're about $500,000 up.
Yeah, in fact, a little bit more than that. Yep.
Okay.
I was just going to mention, and we're not going to probably have time and or probably spend more than just a few minutes if we even look at those preliminary cash. If you read through the assumptions, we built in kind of between that option 2 and 3 because option 1 wasn't that Brian had presented, I think on the 14th. So the cash projections show a cost of 11.7 million. Once again, we had to use some number, right? I think what's exciting though is that the town, should council decide this, the town is in a position, I feel, based on not aggressive assumptions, not overly conservative, but very reasonable, that it's exciting that if the town council does decide to pay this in cash and save in finance costs, that is an option. Barring that you don't say, we want at least 1 year reserves. Oh, by the way, the building's going to cost 17 million. Obviously that, what I just said, goes out the door. So at least it's an option because not too many communities have that option. So just wanted to throw that out.
Thanks,
there.
Christine. So
could I throw one thought there? Well, in our police building work session, we saw the 3 different options of how to pay for it, either in one shot, build it all, or build a shell of the second phase, and then build the first phase, and then just be ready to do the second phase. And that third option, I think the final price tag did come out a bit higher than the others, a little bit higher, but that first phase was easily the cheapest. And initially that caught my eye as a negative, but there were some things I've thought about that I at least wanted to put toward the council some thoughts on. That was, if we have the cheapest first phase, that does preserve the option of paying cash or minimal financing. And it also allows the council 10 years down the road the flexibility to expand however the town sees fit. Some of those discussions in the work session were regarding what programming we wanted the police services to provide, and it's tough for us right now to say exactly what the town's going to look like in 10 years and what the police services are going to be. So that particular approach has looked a little bit more attractive to me and preserves our flexibility of how to pay for it as well if we're keeping that first phase at the lowest possible option. So just a thought to throw out there.
great, thanks. So I want to end with 2 comments, 2 things. One is, this is the first time we've had a difference of opinion here that was going on. And I'm impressed that we all kept it at an opinion as opposed to anything personal and stuff. So great job. I think that's what we're elected to do. And I think we're elected to have different opinions. So we come from different parts and different things. So good job to all of you. Great job today on asking questions too on the capital improvements projects. You know, I think we ferreted those out really well and identified stuff. And so I think that was excellent. I am going to tell the council, since I have to have you all together. I've got major surgery going on August 18th. And so I'm going to be out of pocket for 3 to 4 weeks. And, Rick will be able to be the mayor there for a while. And you guys, I know, will do a great job and stuff. And I'll try to keep an eye on the video and stuff. So I know you guys will do awesome. So, but anyway, I just want you all to know that it's not that I just decided to take vacation. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I apologize if I brought that up and it hurt me. Okay.
They need to know anyway. I'm fine. I'm not, you know, so they're going to cut my innards out. No, it's not. Yeah, Brian.
Just one quick question.
You're on.
Is that, would people be available on the 17th for a tour then? We have some conflicting schedules that we're trying to get something toward, and we really would like to get something before you're not available.
You know, and if you can do it earlier, but yeah, I mean, I'll try to clear the deck for everything. I know the only dates I can't do is 14th, 15th, so.
Okay. Terry's going to be out for a little while, and we definitely want to make sure that he's going to be there. So he's out that week before that is happening. So we'll try to get as many, if we can get 1 or 2 in that day, maybe we'll try to strive for that. I just wanted to see if anybody had a conflict in that.
I'm absolutely out the 17th, 18th, and 19th.
Okay. So if
And
we need
is
to
it
do 2 groups, we can
not to dish you, Terry, but do you need to be there?
If there's questions that council would have on operational issues or why you have to have a separation, you know, air handling system, you know, for contamination, that kind of thing. I actually do. I would encourage him to be there.
All right.
People in the team.
Great. I just asking the question. Yeah, Melissa.
17th, 18th, 19th, so we don't have a.
But we don't have a council that day. Yeah, sorry, Melissa. The council meeting's the week after. Yeah, council's after the week after. Oh, yeah, good point.
But it would be good to know, I guess, if anybody else is going to be gone while you're out.
Yeah. Have we ever gotten so that you can vote virtually? Could you research that, Robert? You know, and it seemed now that we got virtual, we ought to be allowed to vote virtually. Okay. So they tell me I'm going to be Goonie, so I may not want to be voting.
That crossed my mind. I'm like, do you really want me? Do you really want to be
Either that or we
mayor?
could really pass some unique stuff.
I mean,
If I, you know, something like that happened, you guys, you know, I trust all 4 of you. Okay. All right, so we're going to give you a half. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's give you 25 minutes to figure out what's important, and then we go. Does that sound?
Okay. So the final topic that we definitely want to be sure to get council's pulse on and potentially get some direction on is tab number 4, the unrestricted fund balance policy. This is going to play into the cash projections. It's going to play into the decisions as far as how much cash you have available, et cetera, et cetera. Just FYI, Lisa's going to be taking the lead, and I, of course, will be supporting her. But we thought, as a finance team, it would be a great opportunity in the upcoming months, and we would prioritize, but start taking a look at some of our financial policies and see with the new mayor, another new council member, maybe if there are modifications that need to be done. And so 2 of the ones that we're going to prioritize is this one, as well as the purchasing policy. So the unrestricted fund balance policy, communities sometimes refer to it as a working reserve. Sometimes they'll call it I saw one municipality to have a line item, rainy day savings. Some will refer to it as a budget stabilization fund. Some communities will have multiple different reserves. The policy that was adopted some 8 years ago now was a policy that set parameters as far as council wanting to ensure that there was always a set amount, a minimum, if you will, of unrestricted, no strings attached cash. And so that's what the policy says. We're always going to have at least a minimum of X. We're going to target this percentage. And if we ever need to tap into it, the policy actually contained that criteria. What are some of those circumstances that you could tap into that bottom line, no strings attached fund balance? And then the policy further says that you would have to replenish that. So I trust that you had a chance to look at the policy. And I'm actually going to turn your attention to, even though we're not going to spend any other time on this, but if you take a look at tab 5, which is the cash flows, because I want to bring to your attention, if you take a look at the spreadsheet, the budget summary, on that second summary, and I know obviously the council have been here, will know what I'm, the forecast, yep. But the second page of that, what we want to get guidance from council on, if you look at the very last row on page 2, it says total unrestricted fund balance percentage. Does everyone see that? Okay. And you'll see that it says rows 41 and 42. A number of years back, and I think probably Aaron was the only one at that time. I don't think it preceded you, Aaron, but a number of years back when the policy first was adopted by council, it was determined that we know it's an unrestricted fund balance, but we want to put it in a separate line and call it a working reserve. But what that last row does that says total unrestricted fund balance percentage, it's really showing you what the true unrestricted fund balance was, both for in the first column 2019 actual and then what is projected based on the assumptions that were utilized in preparing this. Obviously, this is going to change just based on the earlier CIP discussion we had. But what we want to find out from council is there a minimum? The policy currently says that at all times you will maintain, the town will maintain 16.67%. That's 2 months of operating reserves. That's not a lot. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends at least 2 months or 16.67%. But it clearly acknowledges each community has to customize what makes sense for that community. It could depend on where you're at in the life cycle, how much construction you have. It can depend on a lot of things, how economically dependent you are on maybe a few or a handful of retailers, which is true of Timnath. If we were to lose one of our 2 large retailers, that could have a significant impact. I don't need to tell council that. So the GFOA appreciates that. Their suggestion is never to go below 2 months. I will tell you, back with the 2008 recession, a lot of cities and counties at that time were maintaining that minimum as not to tie up too much of their cash. But at that recession, we saw a lot of municipalities and counties start raising that percentage to 50%, 75%. We even actually saw some towns and cities raise it to 150%. So that's a year and a half's worth. That's obviously a policy for the council to decide what makes sense. So I'm going to pause there to answer any and all questions and to allow council to have a discussion. But at the end of the day, if we could maybe get some direction on what you want this percentage to never dip below. So going back to that row, you'll see in 2019, the unrestricted fund balance was 116%. So that's over a year's worth. That's 14 months of cash that you have. That's a healthy reserve. At the end of this year, based on the assumptions that I used, at the end of this year, it would be about the same, about 112%, so a little over a year. Now, this model assumed that you would pay 100% cash on the PD facility. And as Brett mentioned earlier, it includes everything on the CIP. So if we start backing out things, which we will based on direction we received, but with those assumptions, you can see what happened to that unrestricted fund balance percentages. And those numbers will go up once again because we're going to take out things on the CIP. So let me pause there, answer questions. I don't know, Wesley, if you want to add something more, and then hopefully be able to walk away with a better understanding that the next time we run this iteration with updated numbers and new assumptions, because as the year goes on, we're going to have a clearer understanding what's going to happen with our sales taxes. So there are going to be assumptions we're going to keep modifying. But if we can walk away with a good understanding of, is there a minimum threshold that council feels, you know, we never want to dip below 6 months of reserves. That would be really helpful for us. Plus, it's going to be salient to the discussion on how much cash you have available to spend on the PD facility as well. So.
Okay, so you said on the budget summary here that this accounted for paying cash for the police station.
Yep.
And so in 2024, our budget reserves dipped to that minimum amount. What was the amount that you put for the police station in this document?
So 11.6 million between this year and next year.
Okay.
And that already assumed, we've already spent about 90,000 last year.
Okay. And this includes every project that was on the CIP from the start of this meeting.
That's right. And in just looking at what council's already directed staff to take off, I mean, that's a sizable chunk. I think one project alone was in excess of $10 million.
Okay. I guess first comment I'd make, I think, is you asked if we still wanted the working reserve line. I personally still like it. I assume that's an easy one for us to answer yes or no on. Okay. So I think we're good with that.
Wow. I'm 1 for 1 then. I'm back. Or 1 for 3 or something.
All right, I'm done taking the lead. I'm out.
Stay with it, sir. Stay with it. You're throwing fastballs here. I like it.
I guess regarding the reserve amounts, I mean, I wouldn't mind bumping it up a higher amount, but I don't know that right now this year is the year to try and do it.
And Brett, when you say a higher amount,
go into like 4 months or something like that. We're at 3 is what we're shooting for right now, 25%.
Well, the policy says you'll never dip below 2.
Right, but we're trying
to
hit
And the target
3.
is 3.
Okay.
I don't think when this policy was adopted, that made sense, and there were different decisions that were made. I actually would not suggest you ever consider anything less than 6 months, and probably even want to go higher with The volatility of the market and the virus, I wouldn't recommend 4 months, but
Okay.
this is not my decision to
I
make.
mean, I'm certainly in favor of boosting it is the general principle I'm expressing. Whether we're trying to do that right now or over the next couple of years. That's my initial thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm good with, to bumping it up to your minimum at least of 6.
Yeah, I think 50%. I mean, you don't want to tie too much to this because it's just sitting there, right? And you can tap into it, but then you have to replenish it. But 6 months, I think is a minimum, and certainly would be at the discretion of council if you wanted to go higher.
So, I'm not trying to reiterate my position, but I am trying to explain a reserve is if we pay all cash for the police station, that's really an $8 million reserve. I'm taking 80% of 10 million. I don't know what, but let's just, because it's easy for my math. So we really have an $8 million reserve plus what's there. Well, at 8 million, that's 6 months. So now I'm not saying let's reduce the idea of the 16 or the 25% cash, but for 1 year, I'm saying we could increase our reserve by $8 million because we always have that ability to go borrow that money out. It's like investing in a CD. Now I'll let other people talk, but
Yeah, I guess I don't, so we have a home equity line on our house and there's no, we don't owe anything on it, but we have it there just in case. And I certainly don't look at that in my financial statement of our household as a reserve. I just think that's absolutely, if we fell onto absolute tough times, we could borrow against it, but we have it in place and ready to go. This would not be in place. This would just be there, and hopefully the winds of the industry are there, able to have it. It's not like we can turn around tomorrow and grab 2 million out of it.
So yeah, we could. Now let me stay with it. Not the way I presented it. You're exactly right. But we could easily go and get a line of credit. We'd pay 1 point for it on that building and have a line of credit that we could get for $8 million like that. If the council felt that they needed quick access to money in the future for it. So it is a reserve. I mean, there's no question about it. And like on your financial statement, when you're doing your financial statement, you're showing your net equity down as your net worth, which is exactly what this will do. Net equity down to your net worth too. Go ahead, Lisa.
So my comment is completely keeping the police station out of this. Looking just at this, and I do feel like I would be comfortable raising it to at least the minimum of 6 months, with even maybe over the course of the next year or two, trying to raise it just a little bit, knowing that we have been lucky during this time, but a lot of other communities have not and have probably needed to dip into that to get some of the projects that they want completed. So I would definitely be, to me, it is a rainy day fund. It's not, oh, we want to do this, so we're going to just grab it. So I'm completely separate from the police department, just looking at the things that we would need to do. I would feel more comfortable raising it to at least 6 months.
And the intent is, it's there for an emergency, economic downturn. It's to keep your lights on. It's not to do discretionary capital spending, so.
Business, equity in assets is considered reserve. Okay, so I heard you said, I don't know how you can't put the police department, because if you're going to go borrow, money, you lost your equity there, you've got a debt on the financial, and you do have cash.
To me, this is not related to whether I agree with or disagree with paying cash for the police department. So I'm trying to keep it just simply I think we should, because this is long-term, right? We'd be making a decision that 5 years from now, we always want to have 50%. 10 years from now, unless, unless the future council changes that. So that's the position I'm looking at it from.
So what I hear you saying, Lisa, is I always want to have 6 months set aside to pay for salaries, benefits, keeping the lights on, just the bare minimum operations.
Correct.
Mark, are you saying we don't want to boost the reserves because we could consider some of our buildings as reserves? Is that what you're getting
Yeah,
at?
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Okay.
Is we've got $8 million of reserve. Let's say if we pay for all cash, we got approximately $8 million of reserve because we can borrow from it anytime. If we borrow, see, it's sort of goofy. If you go and borrow 8 million and say, okay, now let's put it in our reserve, you suddenly got a long-term commitment that you're gonna have to pay on that you funded your reserve for. It's not a reserve. Right. It's really, you've got a debt going against that reserve.
Right.
So it's not a true reserve.
So just to make sure I understand the mechanics of that, do you have to get a vote from the public? If you just want to get that debt, if you want to borrow against the police station?
At that point, we'd have to do a COP.
Okay.
So if you did that, you'd have to do a COP, or we could go around and have a vote. Will you allow us to borrow up to 8 million? Not that we're going to, but will you allow us to borrow 8 million as a reserve?
Like a standing authorization.
Yeah, like a standing authorization from the town, and we could do something like that.
I think it'd be optimistic to think people would approve that.
I wouldn't. I think it would be.
So you're always going to have to get.
I know, I agree.
You're always going to have to get voter authorization, debt, loans, line of credit, unless you do COPs.
Right.
And in my opinion, this is more for, we don't want to have to go ask voters in 14 months if we can pay staff for what they're doing right now because we don't have the money.
There's a piece of accounting that I think you're missing, but I'm not going to belabor it. So we'll just go on. I'll just put that I think you're missing something. I'm not saying it I'm not saying it meanly. I'm just saying.
It is my opinion that we should always have 6 months extra to run the town.
Yeah, and most communities, once again, I'm just providing information. Most communities now are somewhere in that 9 to 12 months, to be honest with you, because of the uncertainty of the economy. So I hear 50%. I'm not sure if I heard Brett said I wouldn't be, I'd be open.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a sec. Rick hadn't talked yet.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is third time's a charm, I hope. As you know, for 2 budget cycles, I've tried to raise this and to create a budget stabilization fund. And I've said it's woefully inadequate to have 2 months when your income comes from basically just 2 sources, over 80%. So I'm glad to hear the indication of let's maybe go to 6. I would add to that, amend to that. Let's look at my interpretation of a budget stabilization fund is we create the reserve, and in the second year, you keep a proportion of that reserve off to the side then. So let's take $250,000 of that reserve. We put it off to the side into the locked reserve, and over time then that grows. So over 4 years, you'll have $1 million in there, and you just keep growing it. What I'm concerned about is in 229, when we lose the property tax, the TDA entirely, we have a cliff that we're going to fall off of. And we've talked about that before, kind of deal. So I'm just saying the council can come in at any time and tap the locked reserve if they want to, and you build it over just a little bit at a time, and it keeps growing. Does this work? Absolutely it works. In Arizona, we created a budget stabilization fund, and we had $2 billion in it when this COVID hit. And they tapped it. They're using it right now to make it work kind of deal. What they had said earlier with the police station and with the dollars and that, let me tell you, we built a building here. It was paid for, and then we went back and sold it to the bank, and now we're paying for it again.
Yeah, it's up for you guys to talk about this and figure out what you want.
We did-
One thing
we've
I,
done it. We
one
did
thing
it.
I,
That's what a CLP is. Is you build it and then you go to the bank and you give them the title and say, give us some money. And all of a sudden we pulled out 11, I don't know what, 11 million something in cash. And now we're paying that back.
yeah, one thing I do want to mention, just, I want council to understand, and I know, Rick, you and I have had this conversation many times, the cliff that Rick is talking about. So in 2029, when the TIF property tax goes away, we've been utilizing it to pay the TDA loans, which also will expire at that time. So it's a net. There's no, so I just want to make sure that council understands that, Rick, and I know you and I have talked
see,
about
my
that several
argument
times.
to that is by scraping that money out every year, we get.
The sales
where
tax.
We love part of that money every year. And this year it's going to be $5 million.
Right, the
where we
sales
love
tax.
it. I would love it even more in 2029 if all of a sudden we picked up 6 million more and we didn't scrape. And then we've got to figure out what we're going to do with the 6 million that's going to start coming in. By then it'll probably be closer to 9 because of.
It is going to be higher, but in 2030, there'll be no scraping because that money will just be recorded with the town.
Yeah, and if
It's the town's revenue.
If you look at
sales
lines
tax.
42 and 43, this is just by 2025. We're down to $6 million. In the undesignated, 14,000.
Yeah, this is going to significantly change. That's
Yeah,
why
see,
we
I-
needed the
I-
CIP.
I
That's why
don't
we
think we should be looking at that.
Yeah, and I don't-
because
I don't-
it's, we scrapped a couple CIP
Oh,
projects,
I understand, but
everything
wouldn't
else
it be
there.
nice to know that in 5 years, we've set aside 250,000 this year, maybe 300 next year, 350. All of a sudden, we've got 2 million. And it only takes a council to walk in here and say, we've got an emergency, we have to use that money. But if we don't,
Yeah.
if we don't use it, it continues to grow.
Yeah, I think you're a couple of things. And yeah, I don't want to look at these numbers because they're going to change.
Let us talk just
Yeah.
a second. So I'm going to try to explain myself here on it because
Thank you, because I didn't appreciate you saying that I don't get it when I was simply giving my opinion of a length of time that I think we should have reserves.
no, and I appreciate that. And what it is an accounting thing, and that's why I'm coming back because it doesn't make intuitive sense. A debit like credits to someone that doesn't know accounting very much. Do you know accounting? I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about the accounting perspective. And
But-
so,
but you
and
have
you don't know
to-
my background, so I just didn't
know.
appreciate that.
I'm asking. Well, I'm asking.
I feel like I'm somewhat knowledgeable. I
Okay.
may not have studied it, but I feel like I'm somewhat knowledgeable
Okay.
to be able to say that I think we should have a set amount put aside for a rainy day.
Okay, so so this is going to sound weird. If it sounds perfectly right to you, then that makes sense accounting wise. If we decide to pay all cash for the building, I don't think we need a reserve of 25% because I think we already have it. If we borrow the money, then I think we should have a reserve of 50% because we've put ourselves into debt and we need more cash available to fund future payments.
I am not basing this at all on
Yeah.
on the building. This is, for me, is whether I have a house that I can borrow against or not, I want to have a set amount of money put aside. I can borrow against my house, but that doesn't mean I want to depend on being able to do that. I want to have a cash value set aside, easy access that I can go to for emergencies.
So if you got $200,000 and your choice is put it in a 1% CD or take it and pay off your home mortgage, which is at 5% and would save you 4% a year, that's the concept that I'm talking about.
That's not the concept I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
And we're not voting on anything.
No,
She's
no,
just
I know.
asking for
I'm
guidance.
I'm
And
trying to explain it to you. And
I fully understand what you're saying. I'm talking on a different, about the question was, how much should we have? We have a policy. We have a policy right now that says we have a certain percentage set aside. So whether we keep that policy the same way or whether we change that policy is what we're talking about. Because there's a written policy is that correct? That's the question is.
In your packet.
And so that to me is what I'm looking at is, do we want to change that policy to change the number or do we not want to change the policy? It's already there.
I'm going to do it another way and then I'm shut up. If I'm worth $10 million and I've got $100,000 in cash, that sounds terrible if my monthly is $100,000. So I only got 100,000 to cover it with. Well, if I've got 10 million in assets, I can always take those and pay down what my monthly is. If I've got $10 million in assets and $10 million in debt, if I even have 300,000 in reserve, I'm not as well off. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what is your answer to the question? What percentage do you think should be in there?
It depends on what our net worth is.
If you had to answer today though, because that's the question is that we're looking at it and what would you like that to be? Because this is going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I think they'll relook at that and change it at some point, but.
I think it depends on what we do with our money. If we've got a bunch of assets, I don't think we need as high a working capital reserve. If we don't have capital assets, then I think we need a 50, 60, 70% working capital. So it's contingent upon what you did with the other side of your balance sheet, in my mind.
I guess question for you, Mark. Does boosting the reserves, you think, preclude us from being able to pay cash for the police station? Like, is it?
Could.
It could, okay.
Could, because you took cash out of what you could have used for that and put it into the reserve.
Okay.
And to me, I'm not good. So yeah.
No,
Answer to your question.
I'm just trying to understand exactly the balance you're trying to strike
Yeah.
here. I mean, would you consider it ideal? Can we boost our reserve to 50% and pay cash for the police station? Do you consider that even desirable?
If we could do that, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
I don't think we could do that,
Right.
but if we could do that, that's awesome.
Okay.
What
I'm
what
just trying to understand if you're against the idea of a reserve in general, if we have
No.
assets.
No, I'm not against a reserve, but if what you do is you have a bunch of assets, you don't need as big a reserve. If you have no assets, then you better have a pretty big reserve. That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Okay. So you're suggesting a more cautious approach to growing the reserve if we're going to be trying to accumulate tenants.
Absolutely.
Okay.
In 2015, in our charter, we went to the ballot and they amended the charter. And one of the issues that they put in there was, and I'll read it, provide more flexibility to the council in addressing potential future budget shortfalls. We never did that. This reserve thing was passed in July of 2012, right? So I don't know what they were looking at exactly at that time, but I think that we can address a lot of these issues by just having greater flexibility and having a little lockbox of some money going up to the 6-month thing if you want the first year kind of deal and start socking it away that way and then figure out how we're going to budget and let Mark convince us, let the mayor convince us how this actually works. And maybe that's a simpler way to keep a reserve. But again, I'm not a budget guy like he is.
And I'd like us to be able to, fund the roads and that kind of stuff. And so in my ideal accounting mind, I'd never put the reserve in 1 year from 16% to 50%. I would build it up over 3 or 4 years and get it, which I think Rick was always suggesting too, is that we build it up so that we could still do the items we think are important in CIP, but we're looking to the future to, and go. So I I would be building it up rather
And
than.
what happens, it gives you real heartburn if you ever try to tap it. You've made a lockbox there, and you have real heartburn if you ever tap it. If you don't create that kind of system, it's very easy to spend everything you've got.
I think that was partially always kind of my initial suggestion is, maybe go to 4 months or whatever, because I was feeling like it'd be really aggressive to just decide to double our reserves and just right here, right now. I mean, nobody does that, their own personal reserves either. You don't just double it on a whim. To me, it sounds, I mean, from what I'm understanding from what people are saying, we need to kind of see a little bit more of this police station costs and how we're paying for it. Maybe we leave the amount untouched just a little bit longer, or, I mean, I'm just gonna put that out there and see what people's reactions are.
So I would propose we follow the recommendation of our financial
Okay.
committee here and at least go with the 6 months for the document and then look at the other
Documents.
So in the initial
For the-
CIP that we,
for
or in the
number
budget that we
sheets they're
use,
Putting together now, because she's got to put in
Okay.
line 42, 43.
in the updated budget that we're gonna try and include paying cash for the police station, they'll use a 50% reserve is what you're saying for the next round of proposals. So,
It's easy to adjust. Give us a couple. Just go at one at 25%, one at 33%, one at 50%.
Yeah, I think if you look at, and once again, just looking at this cash flow, ignore all the numbers, they're gonna change. You could see through 2022, it remains above that 50%. It's not until we get until 2023, 24, 25, but we have such a significant chunk we're gonna be cutting from your CIP. I think you can have both, believe it or not.
Or both.
And I'm gonna,
Both me and
I'm gonna
Lisa
run
can
it
kiss
that-
and make up.
Unless there's any hiccup, and I appreciate certainly the mayor's comments. I think why a lot of communities don't look at equity or, borrowing against their assets, because those assets are typically what they need in order to perform the services. So liquidating assets is not, they're looking at cash, right? Cash they have available. I think we can accomplish both. Let us run the numbers with the changes to the CIP. Certainly the tours, trying to decipher on what the cap or the budget's going to be for the PDA is going to play. This is all still very much evolving, and they all are kind of woven together. But I think we could accomplish both. And unless there's serious heartburn on the council, why don't we, at least this next run, try to fit in at least a 50% 6-month cash reserve, understanding what Mayor said about the assets, but putting that aside and seeing if we can do that, at least for your 5-year cash flows. And if we can do that and also be able to afford 100% pay as you go, if the council decides to do that, depending on what the budget is, then that's the best of both worlds, I think. So
I like that.
is that, at least for this next iteration, understanding we're gonna keep having more conversation. I don't know, Rick, to your point, I know the budget stabilization.
I'll keep debating that.
Okay, I just wanted to
I
make sure.
understand that, and I've got to convince my colleagues to look at that. I just ran the numbers. You said we're making about 88,000 more.
For June,
for
the
June,
dollar amount.
and let's say we're only making 60,000, even if we just took 150,000, locked it up. I think once we started that process, it would become pretty easy to do.
Got it. And if you look at the working reserve, once again, kind of ignoring the numbers, but because that's a percentage, and we're going to build in 50% for the next iteration, because that's a percentage of your annual operating costs less the capital, that number with personnel projections, increase of maintenance costs, that number goes up. So you can see that line, how almost in each year, I mean, that's kind of increasing by that $250,000 or 300,000. I think it gets us to the same place, but at the end of the day, this is council's policy. We're here to execute on what you think the parameters should be. So, okay, well, we'll run with that. I think I see enough head nods. Okay.
Wes, do you want to cover anything else?
That said, you do have a personnel part of this. My recommendation is when we bring back the next iteration of this, we start with that and kind of tap in. and Rick asked me a great question. This is only about FTE count or part-time PTE count. It doesn't include any computations as far as merit or market or anything like that. It's simply a body count about what we believe or what we're going to recommend. So
Doesn't count marketing and what? What was your first
doesn't
word?
include market or merit adjustments on
Okay.
on current compensations. So
Okay.
it only is literally the, if we add this body or this position, this is what the cost is.
Okay.
And plus an escalator.
Yes, right.
A 3% average, but yeah, no kind of market adjustment, 2 years of the.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. I know
You
this
bet.
was
Thank
meaty. I
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
We actually were talking about, we may want to come back and look in September and take another crack at a skinnier, just kind of come back and talk about our CIP and maybe our personnel, and that's it at that point, and then roll into operations in October. So if there's an aptitude for that, it might be helpful.
So Mark, you'll be back mid-September-ish? Is that about right? Third week of September? Okay.
Could we look maybe at that last meeting then, Mayor, like maybe tack on a 2-hour deal? I forget what that date is, but the 22nd, yeah. So, okay.
Okay.
So maybe we just set aside a couple hours on the 22nd if the council's good for that. All right, okay. We'll target that. Thank you for bringing that up, Aaron. No, that's good. That's a good follow-up. Thank you. I actually meant to bring that up.
Sometimes it's easier when they're all here to